She had to rearrange another Uber. That took quite some time. That's why she's late. So please forgive us. So yeah, we are ready to proceed. Advocate Skippers.
Good morning, Chair. The next witness, she's already in the witness stand, is Dr. Zakira Dokrat. Chair, her summary is on this red bundle at page 882. You will see that we've already put volume 3, page 1156, also on the tables. She's going to testify on the WhatsApp screenshots.
Dr. Dokrat, are you willing to take an oath or an affirmation?
An oath is fine, Chair.
What's fine?
An oath.
Yes, thank you. Are you saying the evidence you are about to give will be the truth and nothing else? And if so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to confirm that the legal team for the respondent indicated that the expertise are not in dispute, so she doesn't have to testify on all her qualifications. Is that correct?
We do not dispute the qualifications of Dr. Dokrat, but we dispute her expertise in emojis.
Yes. And you have no objection against her testifying now?
No.
Thank you. Yes, we understand. There's a distinction.
Thank you, Chair. Doctor, you heard now that your qualifications are not in dispute, but we need to place on record the fact whether or not you are an expert on emojis. So what qualifications or expertise do you have to interpret and to testify on emojis?
Chair, you need a number of expertise in terms of understanding and analyzing the emojis, also for interpreting the emojis. So you need expertise as a forensic and legal linguist. That is the first thing. You need expertise in the semiotics of law, and you need expertise in...
Just go a little bit slower. So it's forensic linguistic and?
Forensic and legal linguistics.
What does that mean?
Okay, so forensic linguistics and legal linguistics, they're used interchangeably, but they're two completely different fields. Forensic linguistics is purely concerned with the analysis of language within legal settings, documents, text messages, and so forth. When you look at forensic linguists, they primarily have language qualifications from either the applied language stream or from pure linguistics. When you look at legal linguistics, similar to the analysis with forensic linguistics, but in this instance, legal linguistics, or legal linguists rather, have expertise from a legal background and applied linguistics or pure linguistics.
Well, an ordinary person with an LLB degree, having passed it, completed it, is not, or is it, a legal linguistic person?
That is correct, Chair. So to be a legal linguist, you would need to pass the LLB program, And you would also need to have competencies and qualifications from a point of applied linguistics or pure linguistics.
What is the academic grounding? What is it? BSc?
No,
BA or
it's a BA, and you'd need to have at master's and PhD levels.
But what is the foundational degree?
It's either a degree in African language studies from a point of applied language studies or a degree in linguistics, coupled with the LLB.
How is that linked up to emojis?
I'm going to get to that now, Chair.
No, let's get there now.
Okay. Forensic linguistics has 8 subdisciplines. The first subdiscipline is authorship and identification, mode identification. That's where we're looking specifically at the analysis of fingerprints. So each of us in the room, Chair, have a linguistic fingerprint. So by that we talk about idiolect. That's how we write. We have specific linguistic markers. So how we use punctuation, where we use punctuation, whether we use shorthand, and so forth. That obviously is not in dispute here. The second subdiscipline is legal interpreting and translation. So that's very straightforward, Chair. So courtroom interpreting and translation, and how we use language. The third thing is transcribing verbal statements. So that is more concerned with your police statement taking. So the analysis of how language is used to record statements from a police perspective. The fourth one is the language and discourse of courtrooms. So how language is used to write judgments, the language of record, for instance, and proceedings, how sentencing is delivered. And then language rights just generally, which is self-explanatory. The sixth one is statement analysis, which ties in really with the police statement taking. The seventh is forensic phonetics. And the eighth, Chair, is textual status. Now, the subdiscipline of textual status applies directly to the interpretation of emojis.
Yes. And that curriculum culminates in what? A diploma or a degree?
A degree, Chair.
Which is?
A degree with an emphasis in forensic linguistics.
What degree is that?
A master's, a Master of Arts degree.
So there maybe, I don't know, there are 2 types of masters. They used to say there would be a dissertational master or an curriculum academic master. Which one is yours?
It's a master's by thesis, and so is my PhD.
So you got your master's through a thesis?
Yes.
And not through going through an academic tests, examinations for 2-3 years?
No, that's through undergrad.
Okay. Which university is this?
Rhodes University.
So your thesis is on all these things?
Yes, my master's thesis was on forensic linguistics, and so is my PhD, Chair.
So, do you have qualification in information technology?
No.
Okay. Anything else you wanted to say?
Can I move on, Chair, to the next discipline?
That's why I'm asking you. Anything else to say?
Yes.
Yes, you can move on.
Can I move on? The next thing, Chair, is the semiotics of law. So semiotics of law is concerned with signs and symbols in legal settings, the interpretation of emojis within text messages and written communication.
Yes.
Okay. The next subdiscipline is jury linguistics, Chair, and that concerns, again, language and linguistics, law, and translation of knowledge. When we talk about translation of knowledge under the discipline of jury linguistics, we're talking specifically, again, of symbols. So there's an overlap between jury linguistics and semiotics of law, Chair. You'll see that most of the international scholars also have qualifications in semiotics of law and jury linguistics because of the overlap, Chair.
Thank you.
And do you have qualifications in both those 2 disciplines?
Yes, I do.
Which is what? What type of qualifications is that?
I'm on the boards, the international advisory boards for the semiotics of law journals and for the jury linguistics discipline and associations. I'm the first one from outside of Europe to have been appointed based on my qualifications and the research that I've conducted.
Thank you. You can proceed.
It is an advantage, Chair, within the South African context, and we're seeing this becoming more global as well, where scholars who are interpreting emojis within documents, or in this instance, text messages, have a basis or an understanding of sociolinguistics. And sociolinguistics would form part of your undergraduate degrees as well as your honors degrees in African languages, Chair.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry to interrupt at this stage. I'm not interrupting the evidence. I just want to make an observation that the witness is talking and reading, as it were, from the computer, as if there's some aide-memoire she is using to give her evidence. I'm not sure whether I'm sure about that. I want that to be ascertained. If there is a report that she's reading from, or some aide-memoire.
Dr. Docret, if you are reading, if in giving your evidence you are reading from a document, you'll have to share it with us.
Okay, I'm happy to share it, Chair. It's just my notes, so I don't forget anything. It's just got the main points on.
You made them by hand.
Yes, Chair. They're very short. They're very shorthand, but I'm happy to share them.
You did circulate your CV and some of the things that you're saying.
Yes, Chair.
Are you still within the parameters of what you circulate?
Yes, I'm within the parameters of my full CV that was submitted, Chair.
I don't know if, Mr. Madansel, I don't know. You want to take the issue further?
No. I just wanted to make the observation.
Oh, yes.
So
Okay.
that if I do want to have access to that aide-memoire, I
Yes.
should be given that aide-memoire.
Yes. You'll keep those notes.
Of course, Chair.
Thank you.
And do you have qualifications in sociolinguistics as well?
I do,
Which is?
which is from the African languages stream. So at undergraduate level, straight through. So at first year, second year, third year, the courses are offered. And then at honors level as well, Chair, the course in sociolinguistics is offered, and you need to pass it in order to obtain the degree.
And you did.
I did.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Just out of curiosity, when you say through African language streams with, what does that mean actually? I'm just curious. I want to know. Do you study emojis in Zulu or Xhosa or Sepedi or what?
No,
African languages and
So from my perspective, Chair, with a degree in African languages, mine was isiXhosa, because I was from Rhodes University, so that's
Yes.
the stream I came through. So my parchment will read a degree in African language studies and in isiXhosa, because that is the main focus of the degree at undergraduate level.
unpack.
It was my major alongside legal
Just
theory.
unpack that concept which you read to me, which I can hardly ever, in fact, recall, unless I go to the papers. Just unpack that concept or that phrase which you used for us so we can understand it.
Of the African languages.
No.
The sociolinguistics.
Yes.
The sociolinguistics.
In relation to the African languages.
Okay, so when we look at sociolinguistics, Chair, it's everything to do with the social context concerning language. So sociolinguistics can be applied to isiXhosa, isiZulu, different languages, Chair, and not just to African languages. We look at the social context, we look at economic factors surrounding it, how language is used very generally from a cultural perspective. That's what we mean when we talk about sociolinguistics, Chair.
It's context.
Yes, Chair, that's correct.
It's a matter of context.
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you.
So that's the undergraduate study, but that's not all you need to interpret emojis. You have to have all these qualifications.
You do, that is correct, Chair.
So this is just part of it.
That is correct.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Do you actually focus on emojis in that context, in that training program? Or
Yes.
is just a general context?
No, it's a general context, Chair. So post my PhD, because emojis are so new and the interpretation of emojis, obviously, it's brand new within the discipline. Hence, that textual status was the last sub-discipline to be added quite recently. So that's post my PhD that I've published and researched within the area of emojis.
Let's unpack that. You say you published and researched the use of emojis. Just unpack that for us a little bit more so that we understand what the research and your publishing was about.
Right. So there's a lot of international literature and research that has recently been conducted on emojis, but within the South African context, that was obviously new. Since 2018, I've been researching the emojis and how we use it specifically in the African and South African context specifically. So whether we're communicating across cultures or across languages, because we know obviously in the South African context we're multilingual and we're multicultural. So the implications and the interpretations of the emojis would differ from our context, let's say, to a UK, a European context. It would be completely different in that instance. So from 2018, I began researching the emojis, how we use it within the South African context, looking at the international research that has been conducted and the various cases that were conducted abroad, and then trying to apply that within the South African context and create new knowledge, which is what I'm supposed to do as an academic and a researcher. And in 2024, the first article on emojis, on the interpretation of emojis, was published by myself, co-authored with a colleague, Professor Russell Kashila.
For anything to be published, is there any reviews that need to take place before article may be published?
Yes, that is correct. If you are publishing in a subsidy earning journal and it is double-blind peer-reviewed, that means it goes to more than one blind peer reviewer, so the reviewers are unknown to us. It then comes back after the rigorous review process, and we need to implement the changes and argue why, if we have disagreed with changes from reviewers in the field, why is that the case? It then goes back to the two double-blind reviewers. In some instances, there can be up to 4 reviewers if they are in disagreement. And then only does the editor of the journal make an informed decision as to whether it should be published or not.
And this article of yours, did that go through a peer review?
That is correct. It went through the South African Journal of African Languages.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So when we look at emojis particularly, it deals with non-verbal communication. And when we talk about non-verbal communication, it comprises of 2 categories, Chair, either visual cues or paraverbal cues. So in the instance of the emojis, we'll deal with visual cues because that concerns your outside appearances, facial expressions, and so forth. Whereas paraverbal cues is concerned with our tone, our speech, our accent, and factors such as that.
Yes.
So that's how we would look at emojis. So we need to ensure that we understand that emojis are non-verbal because they're not coming out of our mouths. They don't transfer tone. They don't transfer accent at all.
So after, if you look at emojis, can you interpret the emojis in isolation? For instance, you have a text message let me say a conversation. There's a few messages, and in between the messages, emojis are used. How would you interpret the emojis that's used in a conversation?
The emojis, Chair, have to be interpreted within a specific context. So as a forensic and legal linguist, the first thing we would look at is to ensure we've got a significant data set. And by data set, Chair, I mean the number of text messages or the number of documents. Again, within this context, it was the number of text messages. So if I were to be provided with only 5 text messages, Chair, there is no possible way in which I could interpret the emojis and establish a context, an understanding of what was the conversation between the sender and the recipient, and the intention of the sender from the written text and the emojis.
What functions do emojis have, if any?
There are 4 functions, Chairs, when we look specifically at emojis. And before we look at the functions of the emojis, we need to also understand, when we're talking about context, that when you are interpreting and analyzing the emojis, Chair, you need to look at the sequence of the emojis. So when we talk about sequencing, for instance, an emoji can appear by itself without any written text alongside it, or there would be a preceding text message that has written text without an emoji or with an emoji. When we also look at sequencing, if you have 2 or 3 emojis, I'm just giving an example, Chair, alongside each other, specific emojis, they might mean completely different thing as when they would standing alone. So to give a broader understanding of that, you would need to look at the 4 functions of emojis. The first, Chair, is very straightforward. It's substitution. So for instance, if we just replace a word with an emoji in a sentence, so there'd be both written text and there'd be an emoji, Chair, within that one sentence. And an easy example is to say, I love you. That would be a simple, straightforward example, where the I is the written text, the word love is replaced by a heart, the red heart emoji, and the word you is recorded there as the written text. So you can immediately see there that the word is replaced with the emoji. That would be the first function, Chair.
The second one?
The second function is reinforcement or emphasis. Again, also very straightforward. So if you were to write a text message or a sentence, and then you reinforce it with emojis that correlate with what you've just said, so you're reinforcing it. Again, a simple example is if you say, I love these shoes or I love these heels, you would write the words in the full sentence, I love these heels, and then you would use the red heart emoji followed with the sequence of the heels. So there we would have a specific sequence, but it would amount to reinforcement because you're reinforcing what you've just said in the written text.
The third one?
The third one, Chair, is contradiction. So if we look at the emojis, it's completely different to what you would have written in a text message. It conveys a completely different meaning. So if you were to be very friendly in a text message and acknowledge and say thank you very much, and it's a very jovial message in terms of how you've written the formal text, and then suddenly you place an emoji at the end of that sentence or at the beginning or even in the middle of the sentence, and it means a completely different thing. You'd have like the rolling of the eyes emoji, for instance, something that doesn't correlate at all with what you've written.
So what would the tone, for instance, be in that type of message, in the example that you gave us?
Sarcasm or irony would be a good example, both.
Thank you. And then the fourth one?
The fourth one is complementation. When we talk about complementation, so you would write a sentence, Chair, and then you would use an emoji or more than one emoji to add an additional sentiment. So it might not correlate with what you've said, but it's adding an additional sentiment.
Can you give an example of that?
A standard thing would be, I hope you're well, if you wrote that as text, and then again used an emoji, the little yellow icon, which just has the eyes that are standard, they're not raised at all, they're not droopy, and where the mouth and the lips on the yellow icon is just reflected as a straight line.
So what will that convey, for instance, in this complementation?
It would just add an additional sentiment.
All right. If you interpret emojis, can you interpret, you said that you have to look at the complete text, but is there a standard meaning behind a certain emoji, for instance? And maybe you can add the development and where emojis come from, if that will assist you by explaining.
So emojis are released through a code. So each emoji has a specific code when designed. That emoji then is released. There's about 60, approximately 60, I can't give a precise number because it differs year to year, emojis that are, new emojis that are released every year. And those, Chair, are released to different platforms. So as we use our cell phones, we'd see them on our applications such as WhatsApp. Some people like to use them on Instagram, on Facebook, on Google. Some people are even using them now in email communication. So on various formats across applications, Chair, they're used completely differently, and they might appear differently as well. If, for instance, you have a Samsung mobile device and somebody else has an Apple device, it might appear differently on the devices when emojis are sent between those two devices. So from a point of understanding and saying, is it standardized? Emojis have a specific meaning, but they are used primarily now within the global context as non-standardized. And the reason why I'm saying that, Chair, is because when we look at the history of the emojis and the development, it was developed from a Japanese creator. So if you were to open your phone now, Chair, and look at the emojis on WhatsApp, you'll see that a lot of them are rooted in Japanese culture, from food to dress and a number of others that we might not even be able to interpret because they are specific to the Japanese culture. But again, I've said, Chair, that we are interpreting emojis now in a global sense because it's being used by all of us globally and not just by the Japanese. Having said that, the Japanese continue to have the greatest influence. So if, for instance, Chair, you'll see the monkey emoji, how it is used. There's a standard monkey emoji where the emoji just appears like that as the monkey. And then you have the monkey emoji with the closed eyes, the closed ears, and the closed mouth. So that is immediately transported from Japanese culture, which we're all familiar with, and we used, again, globally, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. But again, rooted in Japanese culture. Emojis appeared and developed from our normal emoticons, which we used, where we perhaps would use a colon and an open bracket to depict a smiling face in our past SMSs years ago, which we can still do, even in a WhatsApp text message. Now we've moved to the development of the emojis where they've become actually real-life figures, not just portraying those yellow little icons anymore, but also having skin tone represented, so you can change the skin tone on specific emojis, and they are becoming more real life, Chair.
Thank you. Now you had an opportunity to go through the screenshots that we used during this tribunal, is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Now, a number of the conversations in these screenshots are in isiXhosa.
That is correct.
Now, you said that you did your undergraduate in isiXhosa. Were you able to follow the train of the conversations completely when you analyzed the screenshots?
Yes, I was, Chair.
So you were not provided with the translations as well, because...
I was provided with the translations as well. It was on the document.
But you could follow it by yourself in
I
any
could
event.
follow it by myself.
Now, after you've read through before we go into the specific conversations, after you've analyzed the screenshots, do you want to provide us now with what you found, how the conversations took place, or would you prefer us to do that after we've went through the screenshots? I think maybe you should just inform us, what could you pick up from the conversations after you've analyzed it?
There were specific emojis that were sent, Chair. The functions were visible in the text chain, in specific text isolated as well. So in some instances, Chair, there was more than one function employed in a text message, for example, or in a specific text message. And that is absolutely fine. That is seen throughout text communication, regardless of who the sender is, and that's just a general practice as we use it. But as we go through the text, then I will identify when it was used and which function applied.
And could you pick up if I can put it like this, the tone of the conversation between the two parties?
You could.
And what did you find?
It started off from the text messages right at the beginning in a very professional, courteous, respectful manner. Sometimes on specific days, that's how most of the days started, with a work-related discussion or in a respectful tone and manner. And then it slowly degenerated where emojis were used to either convey sexual acts or indicate sexual emojis, how emojis were used as for a sexual nature, in a sense.
Just to come back with the interpretation of emojis, what would happen if the meaning of emojis are assessed without adequate understanding of the senders and recipients' linguistics
Sorry,
and cultural backgrounds?
sorry, just repeat that.
What would happen when the meaning of the emojis are assessed without adequate understanding of the senders and the recipients' linguistic and cultural backgrounds? Because what you indicated, you need to have both the linguistic and the cultural backgrounds to interpret the emojis. What would happen if you don't have an understanding of that, and you want to interpret the emojis?
You wouldn't be able to interpret the emojis. And in this instance, obviously, both the complainant and the respondent share a mutual language and a mutual culture. So that wasn't in question at all.
If you say it wasn't a question at all, what do you mean by that?
If, for instance, it was a communication between somebody who had no understanding of isiXhosa or the culture associated with it, and was speaking to somebody in an international context or even in another South African context who had no understanding of the culture and the language, then we are talking about interpreting, Chair, the emojis across language and across culture.
So, do I understand you correctly that there would be no misunderstanding of what was communicated between the two parties? Is that what you want?
That is correct.
Because they both come from the same cultural background.
That is
and
correct.
they have the same linguistic
Backgrounds.
backgrounds.
That is correct, Chair.
All right. Now, you said earlier that emojis appear differently on different devices. Now, in this instance, let me first ask you this. What would happen, for instance, if one of the parties here used, for instance, an Apple device and the other one used a Samsung device, and they send an emoji? You said that it can appear differently on the different devices. What would that implication be?
So if we use a specific example, Chair, of that, if you were to send, for instance, the laughing face emoji that has the tears, so it's classified as the tears of joy emoji. On one device, it will appear as the tears of joy emoji, but on the other, it might appear just as the joy emoji without the tears coming out. So it would still look like a laughing face, but it wouldn't have the eyes where the tears are coming out. That is a standard example, for instance. And not all the emojis would appear differently across devices. You would have to look specifically at how it's reflected on the device of the sender and the device of the recipient, if there were two different phones involved.
And if I understand you correctly, then it will be difficult to interpret the meaning of how this emoji has been used.
That is correct, Chair, because the recipient might be interpreting it completely different, and the sender might have had a different intention when sending that emoji, not knowing that on the recipient's phone it would be represented completely differently.
In this case, however, both parties used Samsung devices. The one was the S series and the one was the A series. Is there a difference between the two series, the A and the S series?
There is a difference, but not when it comes to the emojis, because the Samsung phones are standard when using the emojis. So what you see on the WhatsApp, Chair, with the emojis from one Samsung device to another, regardless of the model, would be the same.
Because, why?
Because the devices are the same.
The
Samsung, it would be Samsung to Samsung.
Now, I'm going to go through the emojis with you. And Chair, the witness indicated that she wants us to share it on the screen. So that the Chair can follow. It will start on volume 3, volume 3, page 1156. So this was the first WhatsApp communication, according to the testimony of the complainant, that happened between the two parties on WhatsApp. Before this day, there were no previous WhatsApp communication. So the first message was at 1854, and we've established that the first message came from the respondent, the Judge President, and just to put you in perspective, this is the screenshots that the complainant made on her phone. So the sender in this instant is the respondent and the receiver is the complainant. In the first message, if I can put it like that. So he started there at 1854, and there's two emojis used in that first initial communication. How would you interpret that? Because you don't have anything before that.
Just looking at that text message just like that, because there's no standard text before that, but taking into account the entire text chain, because we have to emphasize the fact that context is important. So in this instance, if we start from the beginning, but having read the entire text chain related to that day and further on, you can see again, Chair, that it started off very respectfully, and that is displayed from the emojis there. So in the South African context, we use those hands together emojis that you see on the screen as the praying hands, which we often use as a sign of respect or to say thank you or please. Okay. It is actually the high five, but we now have a high five emoji because of how that the praying hands has in fact been used and adopted as the praying hands. So many scholars have argued that no, it's a high five, but now because of how we're using it in the praying hands function to say thank you and to show a sign of respect or praying, they've actually developed a high five emoji, which we'll see as the text continues. Also, when you see the halo on the yellow icon of that emoji, that displays angelic behavior. So you will see in that sequence, it's a sign of respect, it's mutual respect, very angelic, innocent behavior, in a sense.
So there's nothing wrong with this type of message?
No.
Just to come back to that, so what you just said, these hands were developed as the high five,
Yes, that is correct.
but the users of the emoji use it for a different meaning.
That is correct.
So that comes back to what you testified earlier, that you cannot have a standard meaning to an emoji because different people uses it for different meanings.
That is correct. And it's clear that from our perspective, if I was to just look at this emoji without any context, I would say it's the praying hands because of how the hands are represented. But if you do it like this, then you're immediately saying, okay, it's a high five. And that's how it was originally created, Chair.
Thank you. And then if we can turn to page 1157, Chair. There at 1901, there's a message from the complainant where she said, indeed, with the emoji with a hand over the mouth and the blushing cheeks and the eyes are closed. How did you interpret that if you look at the conversation that took place?
You can interpret it two different ways, Chair. The one could be blushing cheeks with a smile, which is clearly visible to anybody and understandable. It can also be used, this specific emoji, as a sign of embarrassment. And I think many of us, Chair, can attest to that, to say we often, if we're embarrassed, we'd put our hand over our mouth and sort of laugh or giggle. So it's laughter. In this instance, it's coy laughter and not embarrassment within the context of this text chain.
Why do you say that?
Because I've taken into account the text before the preceding text as well.
Because they were talking about her kids.
Yes, they were talking about age. So it was in a joking nature, that it was very respectful, and there was a lot of jokes taking place within the context of this specific day and the preceding messages before this emoji appeared.
Right, and if we go just a little bit down to 1903, there's a message from the respondent, and again, it's either the praying hands or the high five that was used there. How do you interpret that in the conversation that you were reading?
It speaks again, Chair, to the first message where we saw the angelic, respectful conversation that was sent by the respondent. So it follows on that. So in terms of this message, again within the context, it would speak to angelic behavior, respectful behavior.
So up until this stage, the conversation between the two of them were very respectful and nothing wrong with that.
Indeed, so that's correct.
And then if we turn to page 1159, at 1905, they are still talking about the ages between of her child and herself. At 1905, there's a message from the respondent with just after the 1904 one. How do you interpret that's a monkey with the eyes closed?
So in that instance, the emoji is not, Chair, applied in the standard context of see no evil. In this instance, it would be applied to say, it can be applied in the context of embarrassment. Again, we all use that to close our eyes and say, oh, I'm so embarrassed. But in this context, again, maybe slight embarrassment, but probably willful ignorance to say, look, I can't believe what I saw. And again, there was nothing wrong with this, the use of this emoji within this context, because the conversation was completely respectful. They were talking about age and the fact that the complainant didn't look her age, and in relation to her daughter's age as well.
Yeah, according to the translation that we got, was the age difference between the two of them were 16 or 18 years. That's in that context that the emoji was used.
Yes, that is correct, Chair.
And then just after that, the complainant also used emojis. It started with the 4 laughing emojis, as well, and then the message ended with a monkey again closing his eyes. How do you interpret those?
So the 4 laughing emojis, Chair, would be actually a sign of your reinforcement and your emphasis function that I explained earlier, specifically because that laughing face emoji is used more than once. And the laughing face emoji, where it's tilted in a sense, Chair, that was being conveyed there. The monkey emoji that is used at the end, again, correlates with those laughing face emojis, where we're talking about laughing and, you know, when you're cringing almost with laughing. So again, it reinforces and emphasizes the conversation and the written text.
When she asked him, did you really calculate that?
That is correct, Chair.
And she was laughing about that.
That is correct, Chair.
And then the respondent followed it up with 4 laughing emojis.
Again, the same thing would apply because it's in a joking manner the way the conversation is being unpacked, reinforcement, emphasis, and response. I know that there's no text there, but it follows on to the previous text.
And again, if you interpreted the laughing emojis on its own without looking at the previous text, would you have been able to understand what the laughing was about?
No.
And how to interpret it?
No, I would not have.
Then just a bit lower on that screen grab, at 1908, there was a message from the complainant completely used, where she only used emojis. It was 3 laughing emojis and 5 monkeys closing its eyes. How do you interpret that type of message, where she used a number of emojis?
Again, we'd look specifically at sequencing, which I did. And because the laughing face emoji was used repetitively, Chair, as well as the closed eyes emoji, monkey emoji, those 2 emojis within that specific sequence would show what I've just explained previously, laughing, rolling on the floor laughing, and the sort of the cringing laughing where you'd close your eyes, you'd be laughing so much.
And still they were talking about the age.
That is correct. So it follows on to the next text message at 1908, when the complainant said old. So that's exactly following it. Those 2 messages need to be read and interpreted together.
And then the respondent followed that up with a reply. How do you interpret that reply?
The 2 emojis might be seen as contradictory in that instance because we have the angelic behavior emoji, which I've explained, and then we have the tongue out with the one eye closed, which is actually the winking emoji. But in that instance, again, the tongue out with the winking eye emoji is not insulting at all to the complainant. It merely continues on to the same text chain to explain that it was laughing, it was meant in a joking way.
So after you've read this conversation, this was a joking conversation. They were laughing, there was nothing serious about this, if you interpret the conversation.
That is correct.
Then if we turn to page 1160, at 1910, there was the complainant replied to a text message of the respondent, and there's a lot of emojis used in that message. How do you interpret that? Yeah, they are still talking about age.
It follows, Chair, on the exact text chain. So again, it was meant in a laughing, joking way. There was nothing else to interpret in that instance. It was shyness, and shyness from a point of laughter. Again, closing the eyes with that cringing, I can't stop laughing emoji. Repetition and emphasis was clear there.
And the interpretation there, that was to conduct yourself in a good manner, or the thin voice. The voice was, she was talking about a voice. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That the voice sounds younger.
That is correct.
And that's why they were joking about that.
That is correct, Chair.
And then later on, at 1910, there's the one emoji used by the complainant on the reply by the respondent.
In that instance, the closed eyes monkey emoji would mean shyness. That was conveyed through the use of that emoji.
Because they were now talking about her voice.
That is correct, Chair.
Then at 1912, they're still talking about her voice. When the respondent said, when first I heard it, I couldn't believe it. Talking about her voice, she replied by the 4 laughing emojis, and I'm listening. How do you interpret that?
In that instance, the 4 laughing emojis would not be seen as the function of contradiction, Chair, given the text chain. So again, context is important in that instance. In this instance, the function would be complementation.
To complement the written text.
That is correct.
Still in a jovial manner.
Still in a jovial manner.
Then on the next page, 1161, at 1930, the respondent responded at a stage with the wide eyes. How do you interpret that? And maybe together with the following one with the ear having the hearing aid.
The wide eyes open emoji with the eyes looking to the side. It's a standard understanding there that those eyes emoji means pervy eyes. And that emoji is used to show attractiveness, to convey that somebody is attractive, Chair. That would be the response.
And the following one with the ear with the hearing aid?
Chair, there's 2 different types of ears for the emojis. There's one where the ear just appears without a hearing aid, and there's one where the ear appears with a hearing aid. In the instance where it appears with a hearing aid, it can be where somebody is wearing a hearing aid. I was informed, Chair, that the respondent does not wear a hearing aid. In the context then within this interpretation and the text chain, it would mean that I'm listening carefully, I'm waiting for a response.
Then the conversation was about the complainant saying that she maintained herself well by exercising, and the respondent replied to say, keep it that way. And then she followed that with a response with a winking face emoji. How do you interpret that at 1950?
Based on the text chain, Chair, and how the text messages were developing, and having previously seen the respondent sending the pervy eyes emoji, the complainant's winking face can be translated to what we would use perhaps as a thumbs up emoji in agreement. But in this instance, the winking face emoji doesn't only show agreement, it also shows warmness and could be considered as affectionate, Chair, and interpreted as such within this context from the complainant.
Thank you. Then on page 1162, at 1919, first the complainant's response, there was 5 laughing face emojis with a cross-fingered, and there's skin, you testified earlier about skin tone also, maybe you can discuss the skin tone here as well for us.
The skin tone in this instance, Chair, would be a true representation of the complainant's skin tone. You can choose, Chair, on the WhatsApp platform when it looks at specific body parts or specific emojis dealing with people. You can choose your skin tone or a skin tone that's close to the representation of your own. And in this instance, it would correlate, Chair, with the complainant's skin tone. The crossed fingers emoji in this instance would mean, I hope so, I'm wishing for it. As we know, the standard meaning of my fingers are crossed, that's how you would use it. The laughing face emojis, again, Chair, reinforcement and emphasis based on the text chain and the communication that happened previously.
And then the message that followed from the respondent, how would you prove it with that, what do you call that emoji?
The thinking emoji.
The thinking emoji. How would you interpret that in the context of the conversation?
The thinking emoji, in this instance, how it was interpreted as questioning, thinking or pondering for a period of time.
So what function was used here by using this emoji?
Reinforcement.
Of the written text before
Yes.
that?
No, how would you prove it? Because you're asking a question, you're pondering it, you're wondering. So you're using the thinking emoji as reinforcement in that instance from a point of function.
Then on the next page, 1163, at 1922. Now there was conversations of how she will prove it, and she indicated to the respondent, my part would be giving you a task, and then he says at 1922, come out clear how, and with those two emojis. How would you interpret that conversation?
In that instance, Chair, now we have the thinking emoji and we have the angelic behavior emoji. And we established earlier that the angelic behavior is a standard angelic behavior. There's no two ways about interpreting that specific emoji. There's no two ways, Chair, about interpreting the thinking emoji. So in this instance where the sequencing appears in the emojis alongside each other, the emojis there are used in a contradictory way and function. Because
Where are we?
At 1163 at 1922. It will be the third message on that page, Chair. Come out clear how, with the thinking emoji and the angelic, the halo, the emoji with the halo on top. So just say that again, that's contradiction.
it's contradiction because if you read the text message, it says come out clear with an exclamation mark. So if we look at the punctuation there with the exclamation mark, that's emphasis. Come out clear, the way the tone is expressed. So that and followed by how, just one word, very, very to the point, abrupt in a sense with a question mark. That correlates with the thinking emoji, okay? Because you want to know a question, you're asking, you're pondering. And then the contradictory function would be the angelic behavior, because it contradicts with the punctuation that is used and with the thinking emoji.
And why would someone use that?
You would use the angelic behavior to contradict it so it softens the blow in a sense. So it would, the recipient might be thinking, okay, you're being very serious and you're demanding an answer perhaps, but then you read that emoji, the second emoji with the angelic behavior, and it sort of softens the blow in a sense to say, it's not serious, I'm not demanding an answer.
And then just lower down on that page at 1925, the conversation was still continuing where the respondent told the complainant, not easy, hey, and she replied by that monkey emoji closing its eyes. How would you interpret that?
That is a non-response because there's no written text and it conveys shyness within this text chain.
Can you just explain that to us a little bit more?
We explained and identified earlier that how the closed eye emoji, the monkey emoji, is used. In this context, it's not used to see evil, see no evil. It's used for purposes of shyness or embarrassment. In this instance, it can be shyness or it can be embarrassment.
And then on the next page, 1164, just after that emoji that the complainant used, the respondent said, truth be told, I have no reason to doubt your word. And then her response at 1926, that means a lot. It's hard to trust these days. And then she had that emoji with the blushing cheeks, closing its eyes and mouth. How do you interpret that?
Again, when you're reading the text, Chair, it appears as if the emoji is used in contradiction, or it just doesn't apply to what has been written there. In this instance, the emoji is used to convey laughter and embarrassment from the complainant.
And then just lower down, after that response from the complainant, the respondent said, maybe a few pics you send may serve as halfway proof at 1927, and then he followed that up at 1928 with the, you indicated earlier that is the pervy eyes. How would you interpret that conversation?
Okay, so there we see, Chair, as the emoji of the pervy eye stands alone. But if we take into account, again, the context and the previous message where it talks about sending pictures through of the complainant to the respondent, it correlates there, so the function of the pervy eyes would be reinforcement.
Of the previous text?
Of the previous text.
So here he's asking for pictures and he reinforces that with the pervy eyes.
That is correct. And the pervy eyes are used to show attractiveness.
Then the complainant replied to say that she didn't have pictures, but she will try to take pictures. And then the respondent followed up by saying, hi and kidding. And then the complainant answered with, at 1930, with a laughing emoji and cool. How do you interpret that message from the complainant?
The laughing face emoji there, Chair, would be used as reinforcement, even though it appears before the word cool. And that would follow on to the respondent's message at 1930 and 1929, which said hi and kidding. So it was used in a playful manner there, laughing again. So the laughing emoji there is in response to the messages at 1929 and 1930.
Because now he indicated to her that he was kidding.
That is correct, Chair.
But then if we turn to page 1165, this is the rest of the conversation. After the respondent told her he was kidding and she said cool, then he said again, the few that you've got, and she said will do. And then there's a sequence of emojis used by the respondent at 1932, the pervy eyes and the other three emojis. If you can just explain those to us.
Okay, so we've established that this is a sequence, Chair. There's no text visible in that specific message. When we look at the sequence and how I interpret it, the pervy eyes emoji, the next emoji is not the tongue out emoji, Chair. It's the licking of the lips emoji. The licking of the lips emoji can be used as a sign to say something is delicious, as we would use it for the function in food, something is delicious. In this instance, preceding by the pervy eyes emoji, it would mean attractiveness, desire, want. That would then be followed up by the closed eyes emoji, the shyness, the embarrassment, and that's why you see then the hands on the head emoji, which is also a specific skin tone reflection that the respondent used. The hands on the head emoji is used in various contexts. I think that we all perhaps have an understanding, Chair, of when we put our hands on our heads, either as a sign of I can't believe this or I can't wait. So within this specific text and within the context of the text chain, it translates to and it means desire, want of attractiveness.
So this is a good example of where if you interpreted each of these emojis separately, it would have meant something different. Is that correct?
That is correct, especially when you look at the closed eyes monkey emoji and you look at the hands on the head emoji. So it might mean completely different things because, as I said, Chair, we might use the hands on the head emoji as a different function for a different purpose. as we would with a closed eyes emoji.
But because they are used in one message, you have to analyze it as if it was a typed message.
Exactly. So, and you also need to take account, Chair, of that sequence. So the pervy eyes emoji is then followed by the licking of the lips emoji, followed by the closing eyes emoji, followed by the hands on the head emoji. So that is a specific sequence that needs to be interpreted.
Thank you. And then the next message, it's almost an hour later. The respondent said at 17 minutes past 8 that evening, Kwaka, that is, you are silent, with the thinking emoji. How do you interpret that message?
That emoji reinforces the word Kwaka. Because you are quiet, I'm thinking, I'm pondering. I'm wondering why there's no response. So that's very clear, it's the reinforcement function. There's no hidden meaning behind that specific emoji.
So if you, can you interpret the two messages after each other? What would the meaning be between the one at 1932 and the next one at 2017?
Taking into account the text chain, and based on the questions regarding the pictures earlier on in the conversation, you're talking about desire, attractiveness, want, and then followed by your silent with the pondering. It all correlates because the quiet is in response, or a follow-on rather, to the message of your attractive desire and want.
Then there's later on, at 2027, the respondent used the emojis of the, what do you call those emojis?
Perfect. Okay, nice. Again, it can be used in a different context to interpret and mean similar things. We'd use it to say, look, this is perfect, this is nice.
But if you look at the previous message, if it won't offend, they are still talking about pictures. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And now he followed up with that perfect emojis, and there's two. How do you interpret that conversation?
It would correlate, it would be reinforcement. If it won't offend, you're saying, okay, so it won't offend.
And the complainant followed that up with a winking emoji. How do you interpret that?
The winking eye emoji sent at 2028 from the complainant to the respondent, again, signals general positivity, and in this instance, Chair, it can be interpreted as flirtatious within the context of this text chain.
Then the complainant also followed, there was messages from the respondent by wow, and other messages, and then she said that she will try later with the laughing face emojis at 2028. How do you interpret that message from the complainant?
Again, it's emphasis because the use of the emoji is used more than once, the same emoji, the hysterical laughing emoji with the tears of joy. We also now are starting to see a pattern, Chair, in how the complainant responds to messages, where she uses the laughing face emoji with the tears of joy continuously and repetitively.
Can you interpret that pattern of the complainant, or is it not possible for you to interpret that? You say we see a pattern of how she responded by using the laughing face emojis. Can you interpret that at all, or is that just the way she responded?
That is just the way she responded, Chair. I don't know what the complainant was thinking when she sent the laughing face emojis. Often the laughing face emojis were used in contradiction to what she had written, in contradiction to what the respondent had sent her. But this appeared throughout the text chain, not just on this specific day, that the complainant resorted to sending the laughing face emojis.
So that's almost a standard approach, response that she used.
It was a standard approach, Chair.
And you are not able to discern a pattern out of this series of these emotions.
From so far where we've got to now in the conversation, Chair, the complainant took it as a joke. And that interpretation was informed based on what the respondent sent to the complainant to say that he was kidding.
But then after she responded by that way, that she's joking, we'll try later, the respondent replied by please and the closed eye emojis at 2029. How would you interpret that in the conversation, if you look at the conversation?
In that instance, the respondent was using the closed eyes emoji for reinforcement purposes, Chair, to convey his shyness of want.
Of want.
Yes, because he was referring to the pictures again. So asking please to share them and then put the closed eyes monkey emoji there as a sign of shyness. So it is not contradictory in that instance, Chair. It is a function of reinforcement.
And then on the next page, 1166, lower on that page, that please with the monkey face is the third last message on that page, but then there's another message from the respondent at 2032 for that assessment and the finger pointing upwards. How do you interpret that?
Sorry, Advocate Skeppers, could you repeat that, please?
It's on the next page. Just after this message of please with the monkey face emoji, it's the second last message on that page.
The finger up emoji,
Yes.
pointing up.
Yes, for that assessment.
Again, Chair, the finger up emoji in that context, not only taking into account the text that was written for that assessment, was again referring to the photos, the pictures. So it's that instance, it was used for reinforcement purposes. So you're referring just pointing straight up to something, the previous text.
So that means he's pointing towards the previous text.
That is correct.
Upwards in the conversation.
Because we need to take into account the context of the conversation and how it was evolving and developing.
Then the last message on that page is a reply from the respondent to a status of the complainant that she uploaded on her WhatsApp status. It's a picture of herself, and he replied with a the fingers emoji and stylish. How do you interpret that message from the respondent?
Again, because the emoji appears before the actual written word stylish, Chair, doesn't mean that it's not the reinforcement function. In that instance, it is the reinforcement function, how the emoji is used, and it conveys the meaning there, nice, positive.
So he's referring to her picture.
That is correct.
Then on the next page, 1167, that's the same messages, but then the conversation continues, and then at 2037, after the complainant previously said she will try later, the respondent replied to that previous message of hers to say, I'll wait with the two monkeys closing its eyes emoji at 2037. How would you interpret that?
Again, based on the communication and the text chain and the context, we've established in previous messages, Chair, that the closed eyes emoji was being used as a function for shyness, to convey shyness. In this instance, to say, I'll wait. Again, it's no longer just reinforcement now because it's being used to some extent to contradict, because I'll wait and then followed by the shyness emojis. So in this instance, it's used as a contradictory function.
And can you explain what to do what with the conversation?
Based on this text chain, it can say, I can't wait any longer.
But now using
Referring to the pictures.
yes, and then you use the emojis. What would be the function to contradict that?
The function would be the shyness then, the closed eyes.
So would that also be, like you said previously, to soften the message a little bit? Or would you not say that?
Not in this instance,
Okay.
no.
And then we can see there's no replies from the complainant at this stage. Then 12 minutes later, the respondent replied again with robbed, with the emoji with the hands on the head. How would you interpret that?
Again, in the context of the text chain and no response from the complainant, it would be interpreted as, I can't believe it, not enough, you didn't send me anything.
And she followed that up with the 4 monkeys closing its eyes at 2050. How would you?
That is reinforcement because she's used it more than once, even though there's no text, but based on the text chain that was unraveling. And in that instance, it's shyness on her part, embarrassment.
Embarrassment. And how would you interpret this conversation? Being because you're now a forensic linguist, so how would you interpret the conversation that took place here?
It started off very respectfully. There was nothing wrong with how the respondent began communicating with the complainant, nor with her responses. The respondent then started sending suggestive emojis, and by suggestive I'm referring specifically, Chair, to the closed eyes emoji being used within that specific sequence of the pervy eyes, the licking of the lips, where the pervy eyes were used more than once by the respondent. Chair, in this text chain so far, we have not seen from the text messages that I saw here, that we're seeing, the complainant has not yet used the pervy eyes emoji being sent to the respondent, nor has she used the licking of the lips emoji. But we do see from the complainant's side, in terms of some of the responses, the winking eye emoji, which can be seen as playful and showing warmness, and in one instance, as I indicated, it was flirtatious.
But here she's now closing her eyes, so she's conveying that she's shy.
She's shy and embarrassed.
Shy and embarrassed. So the conversation continues then on 1168, and at 2051, the complainant replied again to a response from the respondent with hyene, which we translated to no, and the 3 laughing emojis. How would you interpret that?
Again,
And can we just get the translation? I can't remember what the translation of 2051, that word from the respondent was. Ndi katiwe?
so in that instance, the complainant was using the immediate response that she had continuously used in the previous text with a hysterical laughter.
And what was the conversation about here?
It was again following on the text messages of the photos. The conversation continued. It was on the same text chain.
So how would you interpret her reply there?
There is no way, Chair, in which I can say that there was a standard function that was applied or used by the complainant besides to tell you, Chair, that was reinforcement of the emoji function and hysterical laughter.
And if you see that with the written text before that, the hyene?
It will appear as contradictory.
Contradicting.
Because no, and then suddenly you have hysterical laughter.
Okay. Then she follows that up again with, at 2052, there's also a text message from the complainant with using 3 laughing emojis.
That is correct, Chair. So you can see, as I was saying earlier on, about in terms of analyzing from a point of forensic and legal linguistics, when we look at linguistic fingerprinting, although not in question here, immediately from an analysis perspective, when I was looking through the text chain and analyzing it, when the complainant continuously used the laughing face emoji with the tears of joy, it became sort of her linguistic fingerprint and a specific linguistic marker of how she was using it.
And she also replied to that message from the respondent, and we had the translation that she is a trickster, she's tricky. So if you look at her reply to "you are tricky" and her laughing, with that...
It's a contradiction. And she could be laughing it off
Laughing
to try
it
and
off.
make light of it.
Trying to make light of it. Then on the next page, 1169, at 2054, the complainant is replying to the emoji from the respondent where he used again the finger pointing up, which you indicated previous that he's referring to messages above. Now she's just replying to with laughing face emojis. And if we look at the message at 2053, where the respondent used that finger pointing up, he's referring, if I read that message, maybe a few pics you sent may serve as halfway proof, and he's pointing to that message. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And now she's replying to that with 3 laughing emojis.
Again, Chair, we see that the complainant's automatic response is the laughing face emojis, hysterical laughter.
Thank you. Then part of the conversation further on, there was a message deleted by the respondent, but the complainant managed to reply to that message before it was deleted. At 2055, the respondent said, "Go halfway now, then leave the rest for another day." And the complainant responded by using the laughing face emoji and with "will do." How do you interpret that message from the complainant?
Again, with the use of the laughing face emoji with the closed eyes, it's the hysterical laughter which we've established. That emoji cannot be interpreted in any other way, but it can be where the complainant was laughing it off.
And if you look at that with the text messages, what would be the function of that emoji?
That she was laughing it off.
But the 4 functions, if we look at is it contradictory?
It would be contradictory because it doesn't correlate at all, Chair, with the text "will do."
Sorry, isn't "I will do" complementary with the emoji? Is it the other way around?
It's the other way around, Chair.
Yes, yeah.
So
You see contradiction.
So in this instance, it was contradictory the way she
But,
used the
yes.
laughing face emoji.
Yes, but I thought both of them indicate some positivity, so they're not contradictory. You laugh and you say, "I'll do." I thought that would be complementary, consistent.
But within the context, Chair.
No, I'm looking at this message.
But I'm interpreting it, Chair, within the context.
I'm looking at this particular message. I'm seeing it on my cell phone, and I see a laughter, and "I will do."
Then you would see it as positive, Chair.
Yes,
When you just look at this specific message.
and I'm looking at this specific message.
Then you would see it as complementary,
Yes.
as an isolated message.
And then the respondent followed that up with 50%, again half, and then the complainant replied at 2057 with the emoji, blushing emoji, closing its eyes and mouth, and the monkey closing its eyes. How would you interpret that?
The monkey closed eyes there, again, shyness and embarrassment, But now the complainant has used the closed mouth emoji with the eyes closed, which we've already established is embarrassment, and in this instance it was playful, given the text chain.
Then if we turn to the next page, 1170, the conversation continues there, and the respondent replied by putting the two laughing, two monkeys closing its eyes emojis. How would you interpret that in the conversation?
Embarrassment on the respondent's part. And that was reinforcement based on the two emojis appearing alongside each other, and within the context of the text chain and the written text previously.
Then on page 1171, the complainant wrote a message at 2111 by saying truth, and the respondent replied with the three emojis with the halos. How would you interpret that?
Chair, the complainant so far has been using the laughing hysterical face emojis as an automated response almost. We see from the respondent's perspective his continuous use so far as well of the angelic behavior and the angelic emoji. And this is clearly visible on this text at 2113, where the respondent uses it without any written text, the sequence of, in terms of repetitiveness as a function, where the angelic behavior emojis appear.
So how would you interpret this in the conversation? What is the meaning of that?
Suddenly, again, the respondent sort of resorted to conveying a respectful tone, making it angelic.
Then there was a message that was deleted by the respondent, but the complainant managed to reply to that message, and it looks like they were talking again about the photos, and the complainant replied at 2118 with the three laughing emojis and the 5 monkeys closing its eyes.
Again there, Chair, we see the complainant's automatic response with the hysterical laughing face emojis. The emphasis and the repetition of the closed eyes monkey emoji there is shyness and embarrassment on the part of the complainant.
And then the respondent followed that up with an emoji of the man holding his hands in the air at 2118. How do you analyze that?
That is a true representation, Chair, of in terms of the emojis, when we look at skin tone of the respondent sending it. And there he's unsure, questioning again. That was it. He's asking a question. And that's within the context of the text shown.
Of the photos?
That is correct, Chair.
I'm not going to go through the laughing face emojis of the complainant again, because we have established that it's an automatic response from the complainant and it's laughing emojis. The next one from the respondent, 2123, there's also a sequence there. How do you interpret that?
The sequence with the tongue out emoji, and because that one eye is closed, it makes it playful. When you have the tongue out emoji, Chair, and both the eyes are closed, that can be a sign of rudeness, it can be a sign of insult. In this instance, only one eye is closed and the other one is open with the tongue out, so it's playful. The closed eyes monkey emoji we've established in this context so far, and within this specific text message and the sequence, is shyness and embarrassment. The smiling face emoji, Chair, there's a number of smiley face emojis, yellow icons. There's the closed eyes, there's the blushing cheeks, and the wide smile. It conveys warmth and positivity. almost as when I smiled to you now, Chair, in response to it when you lifted your head.
I can see that.
But if you look at the text before that, and the translation we have is "you are a trickster," followed by that emojis, how would you interpret that?
It's contradictory. Because you, on the one hand, saying you're a trickster, and then you're making it playful by pulling your tongue out and sending the warm smiley face emoji, positive. So there's no negative emoji in a sense that correlates and reinforces it, you are a trickster. It lessens the blow again.
Advocate Skippers, for the convenience of everybody, when you reach a convenient point, maybe you should just have a break for 15 minutes.
I see this, the conversations on this day is quite long. I don't know, maybe we should then maybe adjourn now. Or should we continue till past?
No,
It's 11:20 already.
yeah, I think we can come back at 20 to 12, if that is.
It
yes.
is in order.
Doc, we have to adjourn now.
Thank
for
you,
the
Chair.
break. Please don't take the train back.
I won't.
Thank you. We adjourn.
Page 1171, so we can turn to page 1172. There at 2130, the complainant replied to a message from the respondent that was deleted, but she managed to reply to it before it was deleted. The other one was a non-starter, and you know it. And then she replied with Haibu and the number of monkey face emojis with the eyes closed and Jesu. How do you interpret that?
Advocate Skeppers, there's a emoji before that. So can I...
The tongue sticking out
That's correct.
in the message from the respondent.
I need to refer, Chair, to that emoji before I can provide an interpretation of the complainant's response.
Yes, you can continue.
So the tongue out emoji, again, Chair, from the respondent with the one eye open and the one eye closed, would again lessen the blow, and it would show joking on the part of the respondent. The response from the complainant, we see again emphasis and repetition by the use of the number of closed eyes monkey emojis. And in that instance, Chair, it would show shyness on the complainant's part within the context, my interpretation. I don't want to look. I am shy and embarrassed.
Thank you. And then on page 1173, again, yes, the automatic response from the complainant at 2141 with the 5 laughing emojis.
Again, Chair, that is repetition on the complainant's part, and we see her automated response of the hysterical laughter with the tilted face emojis, the eyes closed, and the tears of joy. So it follows the same pattern that's been happening previously within the text chain.
And it looks like there was a video that was shared with her. We don't know what the video is, and the complainant also could not recall when she testified what the video was about. So we cannot comment on what the video.
No, so I cannot comment in terms of what the laughing was in response to. This is why my interpretation follows, Chair, to say it was the automated response of the complainant based on the pattern and the sequencing that I had established previously.
Then just a little bit lower on that page at 2143, there's the emoji from the complainant that you previously mentioned. That emoji, if you can just again tell us what that emoji means.
I think we can see the difference in terms, Chair, there of 2143 and 2144 with the closed eyes emoji with the tongue out as opposed to the one eye open emoji, one eye closed emoji, and tongue out. Again, in 2143, interpreting within the context, Chair, of this text chain, it would be playfulness and something that was hilarious on the part of the complainant. That follows on the response from the respondent, Chair, at 2144 with the reinforcement function, because the emoji is used twice without any written text, to say joking, playful.
And just for everyone to follow, the message that the complainant was replying on was, "I was waiting for you with a song." So she was replying to that when the respondent told her, "I was waiting for you."
So the response again stands that it was joking and laughing it off.
All right. And then at 1174, Yes, at 2144, if you can just repeat that. The chair missed the interpretation of the response by the respondent at 2144, the two emojis with the tongue out.
That was reinforcement, Chair, because the emoji was used twice, and on that part of the respondent, it was to convey joking and playful behavior. There was no insult there, Chair.
Thank you. Then at 1174, at 2209, there's a message from the respondent saying you are a night rider with 3 laughing emojis.
The "you are a night rider" followed by the reinforcement of the hysterical laughing emoji doesn't correlate. From my understanding, I would not interpret it to say "you are a night rider" and then burst out laughing. So again, I'm not quite sure why the respondent would have sent those laughing emojis, but in the context, Chair, of this text chain and the previous messages, it was to show a laughing, playful tone again, as part of that message.
And then the complainant replied to that message from the respondent with the 4 monkeys closing their eyes, 3 laughing emojis, and then the emoji with the lips that was zipped closed. How do you interpret that?
In that instance, Chair, we see again the automated response by the complainant with the laughing face emojis, and now the continuous use again of the closed eyes emojis. It's repetition, it's a sequence. So if I examine the entire and interpret the sequence without any text in the specific text message, that it shows embarrassment, it shows coy laughter, and that's why it's followed by the sequence of the emoji with the zipped lips. Now we know a general standard understanding of the zipped lips emoji is "I prefer not to say," or "my lips are zipped, I'm not going to comment."
Sorry, Chair, I was distracted. I didn't hear the witness describing what the meaning of these emojis, which are at 2209, to convey. And I don't want to wait until the consummation time to ask her to just give me that answer.
So you want her to repeat that? You follow what he's asking for?
Okay, sorry, Chair. I didn't hear what Advocate Maransela. Is it 2209, the first one from the respondent, or 2209 from the complainant? From the complainant. Okay, so we see that it's repetition. So I said that it's the automated response of the complainant that we've already established with the laughing face hysterical emojis, with just emphasis and reinforcement. But this was coupled, obviously, within a specific sequence and patterning. So you'll see that from the closed eyes monkey emoji, Chair, that it is embarrassment and shyness coupled with that hysterical laughter, and then the zipped lips emoji is "I prefer not to say, my lips are zipped," which is the standard understanding of the emoji in that instance.
Thank you, Chair.
Then it was followed by the respondent's reply at 2215 with the pervy eyes. How would you interpret that use of that emoji in this conversation?
Because the emoji stands alone, Chair, but so I had to look at the context of the conversation, the previous text messages, and the one that followed exactly afterwards. It is suggestive. The pervy eyes interpretation applies once again. It's questioning in response to the zipped lips.
Thank you. And then if we turn to page 1176. At 22:30, the conversation on this stage was about the arithmetical shortcomings of the complainant. There was some 50% minus 20% equals, and then the complainant answered by saying 100%. Then the respondent replied with a cross saying it's wrong and the laughing emoji and say you are wrong. I give up on your arithmetical shortcomings, and then there's a reply by the complainant to that response. Bear with me, and then there's the laughing emojis, and then there's 6 emojis with the blushing emojis with the mouth closed. How do you interpret that?
Again, Chair, within the context and that specific sequence, we see the complainant reverting to an automated response of laughing, making light of the conversation, and that's followed by the repetitive use and emphasis of the closed mouth emoji with the blushing cheeks, and that's pure embarrassment, Chair.
And then the... Then the respondent replied at 22:31 with the laughing emoji and the angelic emoji.
So, Chair, that is an established pattern that we've gone through, so the angelic behavior. As the complainant's response is that automated laughing emoji, you'll see that the respondent often then reverts to the angelic behavior. And the course of the conversation changes slightly in terms of the pervy eyes, and then suddenly it's angelic behavior.
Then at 1177, at 22:37, sorry, 22:35, there's again the emoji from the respondent with the monkey closing its eyes. It looks like they're talking about the funny video that was forwarded by the respondent earlier on in the conversation to the complainant, where she said, what is his problem? And then he replied with the monkey face emoji closing its eyes.
In this instance, Chair, based on the text chain and the previous messages, because the emoji stands alone without any text, it's shyness conveyed by the respondent.
We also don't know what that video was about, but it looks like it was a funny video if you look at the inscription below the video from the respondent saying it's funny.
Yes, hence the response of shyness.
Then at 1178, this was now on the 9th of June 2021. At 14 minutes past 10 in the morning, the respondent wrote messages to the complainant. It started at 5 in the morning, and then there was no response from the complainant, and he asked her, you are quiet. And then he said, maybe you woke up late at 14 minutes past 10 with the laughing face emoji and the emoji with the tongue sticking out.
I'm trying to see where you are.
At 1178, my Chair, the first 3 messages on the page.
At the top.
At the top, yes. The third message is the one with the laughing face emoji and the tongue sticking out.
10:14.
10:14. And the translation we had was that maybe you woke up late. So the text is maybe you woke up late, followed by the laughing emoji and the tongue sticking out.
In that instance, Chair, the emojis can be interpreted as reinforcement because it's a joke. Maybe you woke up late. It's playful again, and it's joking. And that's clearly depicted by the hysterical laughing emoji and the tongue out emoji with the one eye closed and the one eye open, Chair.
Then a little bit down on that page, then on 10 June 2021, the respondent replied again to a status from the complainant that she uploaded on WhatsApp. That was a picture of herself. When she testified, she said it was a picture of herself where they didn't have to wear court attire that day. So that's why she said uniform-free day. And the respondent replied with a, is that the high five emoji?
That's the high five emoji. So that is the high five emoji, Chair, that I referred to earlier, and not the praying hands, as we are using it in the South African context. And followed by the text. In this instance, it would mean, wow, great.
And this is in reply to a picture that she uploaded.
That is correct.
Then if we turn to page 1180,
One.
1180. The conversation here was about the complainant and her judge working hard. So here the complainant replied to a message from the respondent that said that everyone knows that they are working hard, and she replied with a hug emoji and the fingers crossed emoji. How would you interpret that?
This is the first instance, Chair, where the hug emoji is being introduced, and the complainant is the one who has introduced it into the conversation. In this instance, with a sequence of the crossed fingers, the hug emoji together reads and conveys warmness. Agreement and warmness.
Agreement and warmness.
That is correct.
So she's agreeing with the message that the respondent sent to her.
That is correct, Chair.
And this was work-related.
That is how I understand it based on the text.
Then on the next page, 118.
Sorry, and the second one?
Say again. It was work-related. The
one with the fingers.
one with the fingers? What does...
It's interpreted together with a hug emoji here, Chair, to convey warmness and agreement.
Thank you.
Then at 1181, now the complainant wrote a message to say that they should be preserved by using salt, like they use salt on skin of animals to preserve it. So that was the conversation about, they were still talking about them working hard, she and her judge. Then the respondent replied at 2033 with, to preserve you, with a laughing face emoji.
In that instance, Chair, it appears to be a contradiction, but the contradiction may be intentional, it may be unintentional. So looking within the context of the text chain and what was being communicated and sent on previous days and on this specific day, it was seen to be and interpreted as intentional on the part of the respondent. So it was contradictory, but it was an intentional contradiction, Chair.
Then we're going to skip a few pages because the laughing faces emojis, I think you have testified on that a number of times, and that will not That will not change. Your responses to that will not change unless context depicts otherwise.
That is correct, Chair.
So then we turn to page 1188. So here the complainant was talking about that she will get...
Sorry, Advocate Skeppers, I'm just trying to find the place.
Oh, sorry, it's 1188, 1715.
Okay, sorry about that, I've got this.
That's the one where the respondent said, I'll be happy and give a happy smile face and give you and the hug emoji. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So here they were talking about, she says that she will get better. And the respondent replied to that message of hers by saying, I'll be happy with a smiling emoji with the eyes closed, and I'll give you a, and he replaced the word with the hug emoji.
Okay, in that instance, Chair, so the smiley face emoji with the eyes closed and the blushing cheeks is a reinforcement, because the respondent was talking about being happy. So the word happy is reinforced by that smiling face emoji. I explained earlier, Chair, that the interpretation of the smiling face emoji with the eyes closed and the blushing cheeks and the broad smile conveys warmness. Then the hug is a replacement for the word. So when we looked at the functions earlier on that I explained, and give you a hug, in this instance, it is replacing, the hug emoji is replacing the word hug. And again, that conveys warmness towards the complainant from the respondent.
Then just at the bottom of that page, the complainant is replying to that message of the respondent where he said, I'll be happy and give you a hug. She replied with a dancing emoji, the lady dancing, and a hug. And the latter is exciting. How do you interpret that?
The dancing girl emoji, Chair, is also skin tone specific as it appears on the text in front of me. So that is a true representation of the complainant, followed by the hug emoji in that specific context, and taking into account the context and the specific written text here, it was excitement in response to the hug. So excitement about the hug.
And just for clarity, the translation that we have for the isiXhosa words are, the latter is exciting, maybe it's better. And then she followed that, she followed the emojis with this text.
That is correct.
So that means she's excited
About the hug.
About the hug. Then on the next page, 1189. The respondent is now replying to that message of the complainant where she conveyed the excitement, and he replied by saying, as long as it won't generate warmth with the three monkeys closing their eyes.
In that instance, the repetition of the three monkeys closing the eyes emoji is emphasis, and in this instance, within the text chain, it conveys shyness on the part of the respondent.
Okay, I'm not going to go through the laughing emojis again and the monkey faces. That's the automatic response that we established. Then at 1192, that's the ear with the hearing aid again. If you, at 1733, are you at?
Yes, I'm there, Advocate Skeppers.
Okay. So, there was a message from the respondent saying, if you happen to have melted step 1, And then he replied to that message of himself by replying with a hearing aid ear.
In that instance, the hearing aid ear, which we've established the respondent doesn't wear a hearing aid, as I was informed. So it would mean in this instance, I am all ears, Chair. I am waiting for a response. That is what is conveyed by that ear with the hearing aid.
And the complainant replied to that hearing aid ear by saying hi, which means no, and 4 laughing emojis.
Again, the automated response, Chair, by the complainant, and you can see that by the emphasis of the use of the same emoji, the hysterical laughter with the tears of joy. And in this instance, the complainant was laughing it off. She was making light of it.
Then there was messages deleted from the respondent, but the complainant managed to reply to one of them. And the translation that we have for that is, I am listening. Again, the respondent is telling the complainant, I am listening. And she followed that up at 17:34 with the 3 emojis with the lips zipped close.
In that instance, Chair, it's emphasis because the emoji is used repetitively 3 times with the zipped lips, and the same interpretation would apply. I am not saying anything, my lips are zipped.
Then if we go 2 screenshots further to 1194, at the bottom of that page, at 1809, there was a message from the respondent where he said, so position 1 of action, and he replied to that message of himself by using the ear with the hearing aid again.
Again, Chair, in this instance, taking into account the context and the text chain, it means I'm waiting for a response. I am all ears.
Then we can go 4 pages further to 1198. Almost at the bottom of that page. At 2127. The complainant replied to a message from the respondent while we were warming up, and she replied to, I must just quickly get that translation.
The translation said, you are still going back to that.
Yes. You're still going back to that, and then she followed that up with the 4 monkeys with the eyes closed.
In that instance, it's embarrassment on the part of the complainant, and she didn't want to see the text message. She was embarrassed. It's emphasis, Chair, and reinforcement with the repetitive use of the closed eyes monkey emoji.
Then on the next page, 1199, the complainant again replied with an automatic response to the message from the JP purely because we were about to land at 21:28.
We see again, Chair, the automatic response by the complainant with the repetitive use of the hysterical laughing face emojis, where the complainant makes light of it.
That is on 1199.
At 21:28, the second message on that page.
Oh, yes.
The complainant is replying to the message from the respondent.
So, sorry, you may have to repeat yourself.
Okay, no problem, Chair. So here we see the automatic response of the complainant, where she uses that hysterical laughing emoji repetitively. So she uses it 4 times. And there it purely means that she's laughing it off. She's making light of it, Chair.
Then the respondent told her that he was waking up at 2 a.m. to write a judgment, and she replied to that at 21:29 with the 3 emojis with the eyes wide open.
In that instance, Chair, the eyes wide open, the narrowed lips or mouth, conveyed or expressed by that little line on the yellow emoji, and the raised eyebrows indicate shock. The emoji is used repetitively again, and we see this as an established pattern now, Chair, coming through as well, where the complainant is also using a series of the same emoji repetitively.
Then they continue with the conversation where she said that she's going to wake up at 3:30, and the respondent said that we draw, and then the complainant replied with a understood with a monkey closing its eyes, and then there's a reply by the respondent at 21:30, the emoji with a halo and the hug.
In that instance, again, Chair, the angelic behavior, together with the hug emoji, is one specific sequence. It's warmness conveyed through angelic behavior.
Then on the following page, 1200, here the message that you just described, the warmness conveyed through angelic behavior. There's a few messages that was deleted by the respondent, but then there's one at 21:32, BJ equals question mark.
In that instance, Chair, BJ, the acronym, is blowjob, depicting oral sex. Equals would be asking the question, because it's followed by the question mark.
And then there was a few messages again deleted that we don't know what they were. So we don't really know what the complainant was replying to. Not to worry about that with the the winking emoji.
It's very difficult for me in this instance, Chair, to interpret this specific emoji in response because I don't know what the complainant was responding to. Again, all I can say to you here is then we would need to rely on the winking face emoji to say that it was either an agreement. But it would be careless of me and negligent to say that to you right now because I cannot see the deleted messages. So I don't know what she was agreeing to. But if I look at it within the context, Chair, where she says not to worry about that, and look at the winking face emoji following that, then that would complement the written text, because she's saying not to worry about that.
Then if we go to pages further, at 1202, then the 1202, there's a message from the respondent precisely because of that, so as not to distract. She was talking about that he's deleting the messages and he knows that she's busy. Then he replied to say precisely because of that, so as not to distract. And then the complainant replied with a emoji with the lady holding the hands on the head.
That emoji, Chair, is a true representation of the complainant because of skin tone, so we can see that clearly. In that instance, based on the text communication and the chain, it conveys shock and irritation on part of the complainant.
And that was followed by the message from the respondent at 6:28 with the laughing face emoji and the halo.
Again, Chair, it's the automatic response now as well coming through from the respondent to convey that joking, angelic behavior. So suddenly, Chair, the conversation has changed in terms of the emojis and the tone. Because previously within this specific text chain, when we looked at that acronym, when it's referred to the oral sex, and then suddenly as we progress through with the text messages, it becomes more light, and the respondent immediately goes to that angelic behavior, that laughing behavior.
Then the bottom of that page is a little bit confusing because there's a message 20 June 2021 from the complainant saying Happy Father's Day, Jola at 6:03, and then it jumps back to the previous day, 1921, where the respondent replied to a message from the complainant's status. And then the last message on that page is from the respondent again with a hug emoji and the praying hands emoji, thanks Sissy. That is in reply to her Happy Father's Day, Jola.
In that case, Chair, then it correlates with warmness and the appreciation through a hug. Again, we established that the praying hands was thankfulness, it was respectful, conveyed together here with the hug emoji, it conveys warmness and appreciation through a hug, given the sequencing of the two emojis together.
Thank you. And if we go to the next page, 1203, at 22:23. Here, the respondent is replying to a video that the complainant uploaded on her status. It was a video of herself. And now he's replying with this licking the lips emoji that you testified on previously. How do you interpret that?
As I explained previously, Chair, the licking of the lips emoji can mean two things. It can either illustrate desire for attractiveness and want, or it can mean the food is delicious. In this instance, given that it's a response to a photo of the complainant on her status or a video, in this instance it shows attractiveness, desire, want.
And then if we go 3 pages further to 1206, 2227, the respondent replied, it's the last message on that page, with the praying hands.
Again, Chair, the praying hands used there is a sign of thank you, and it's not a high five, so it indicates thank you. It's a true representation of the respondent, given that there's specific skin tone as well.
And it's in reply to the message from the complainant, and we have the translation that she told him that you are so cute, to a photo that he forwarded to her. So he's saying thank you to her on that photo.
That is correct.
Then we're going to go a few pages on to 1213. It's the banana emoji at 2245. So this is the message from the...
Sorry, Advocate Skeppers, I'm not there yet.
Okay.
Okay, my apologies.
Are you with me?
Yes.
All right. So, yeah, the respondent said just a few messages before that, at 2245, he said, and the translation was, that was given to us, I was going to give you this one, and then he followed it up with the emoji of the banana, the peeled banana, when the complainant asked him to rephrase. How do you interpret that?
In this conversation and this text, Chair, the peeled banana emoji, the standard understanding is a banana, a fruit that we all know very well. Within the context of this text communication and the previous, I think it was the previous day, Advocate Skeppers, I'm not sure, when the respondent referred to the acronym of the blowjob and the oral sex. Here it correlates with that. This is how my interpretation is informed. The peeled banana within this context from the respondent means a circumcised penis.
And then she followed it up with the laughing face emojis.
Again, Chair, the automated response by the complainant of the hysterical laughter, which is indicated by the closed eyes, tears of joy laughing emoji, used repetitively as laughing it off.
When the complainant was asked when she testified on why she responded in this way, using the laughing emojis, specifically in this conversation, she indicated, I didn't know how to respond to him as my boss. So that fits in with you saying it's an automated response, laughing it off.
Yes, that would be correct.
Then on the next page, 1214. It starts off by the complainant posting a sticker saying, Honourable Member, don't do that, at 2246. And she indicated that she wanted to convey to him that he must stop doing what he's doing. And then the respondent replied at 2247 with a man standing with his hands up in the air.
That would be to ask the question, Chair, why, what happened? And in that instance, the emoji is the true representation of the respondent, given also the use of the skin tone.
Then There's a message from the respondent that was deleted, but the complainant managed to reply to that at 22:48. It's the last message on that page. The respondent said, okay, we may meet and just converse without going the intimate, and then there's an eggplant emoji and the peach emoji, and followed by the word rude. How do you interpret this message?
In this instance, Chair, the eggplant emoji, as we know, is a vegetable. That is the standard use of the emoji. The peach, as we know, the standard use is a fruit. In this context and in this chain, intimate is used, then followed by a specific sequence of the eggplant and the peach, which will mean sexual intercourse. And that, Chair, is based on my interpretation that the eggplant is the penis in this context, and the peach is the vagina. So this specific sequence of the eggplant and the peach is used as emojis for reinforcement of the word intimate.
Then if we go 2 pages further, at 1216, at 2254, here they were talking about if they will have any privacy, and the respondent ended that conversation at 22:54 by saying, replying with a man with their hands up and the ear with a hearing aid.
In that instance, Chair, those two emojis appearing alongside each other, again, true representations of the respondent on the basis of skin tone, but not on the basis of hearing aid. That just means I'm waiting to hear. I'm waiting for the response.
Because he was asking, just in the previous message, the translation we have is we will have the conversation in the office. And then he followed that up with this emoji, so he's waiting for an answer.
That's correct, it correlates.
Then a few pages on, at 1220, it's a pervy eyes at 2302. Just to give you an explanation, because there's a few messages that was deleted.
Thank you.
Thank you. On 1220, just to give you what the complainant testified on, because there's a lot of messages deleted. The complainant herself could not recall all the messages that was deleted, but the one where she replied with at 22:59 with Jesu, she testified that she replied to a picture that was forwarded to her of private parts. And then she replied with that. And then it's followed by 3 messages again that was deleted by the respondent, but he replied to one of the messages that was deleted at 2302. He replied again with pervy eyes. Now, if you look at the conversation and what I described to you now, what the complainant testified, how would you interpret that?
The standard context would apply there, Chair, in terms of the interpretation of pervy eyes. to indicate desire and want based on what Advocate Skeppers has just described to me.
Especially because it's in reply to yours, please.
That is correct, Chair.
Be careful not to give evidence.
Then in 1221, the next page. Here the conversation was about the complainant indicated to the respondent, I'm ironing at 2305. And then he asked us, you said so, let me see please. And he followed that up with the three monkeys closing their eyes at 2306.
We've established, Chair, that the closed eyes monkey emoji is shyness, and that is the standard interpretation that can be applied here as well. Shyness, I can't wait.
And that was followed up by the emoji again of the pervy eyes at 2307. The respondent replied to his message previously of the pervy eyes. He replied with that, with the pervy eye again.
That is suggestive in this context, taking into account, Chair, the text chain that was unfolding and the communication. It also correlates, Chair, with the previous three monkey face emojis of the shyness.
And the following emoji with the hands up in the air.
It's the waiting for the response. Again, a true representation of the respondent based on skin tone.
Then we can move a few pages on to 1224. Okay, here the complainant, the testimony was that she indicated to the respondent that she will be in East London and they should meet. And then she told him that I'll be in touch once I get there. And he replied by saying, okay, at 1850. But then there was no responses from the complainant on this screenshot, and it was followed by the respondent at 2017 with the hands up in the air, the emoji with the hands up in the air.
Based on the conversation through the various texts before this, Chair, that emoji is a true representation of the respondent and indicates what's happening.
And we can see there's no response from the complainant on the screenshot. And the respondent replied again to that message, I'll be in touch once I get there, with a thinking emoji at 2104.
That emoji, Chair, correlates with the previous hands up emoji. So again, reinforcement, wondering what's happening, thinking.
Then 2 pages on, 1226. Here the complainant shared a screenshot of an assignment that she was busy doing, and she requested the respondent to write a paragraph on gender-based violence. And then he asked her, studying law, and she said yes, with the monkey closing its eye, and then the respondent replied at 2037 with that sequence. If you can just explain that sequence to us.
That sequence, Chair, based on the communication that's happening and the conversation specifically relating to the assignment, there's nothing suggestive or unwarranted by that response by the respondent. It merely means good luck, and that's nice. Again, Chair, you'll see that all three emojis are a true visual representation of skin tone of the respondent.
Then we're going to skip a few pages again and go to 1, 2, 3, 4. At 1638. Here, the complainant was replying to the previous message to the respondent. He said, "And you disappeared in the thickness of East London." The meeting never took place in East London, the one that the complainant suggested. So the respondent said at 1638, "And you disappeared in the thickness of East London." And she replied with the three emojis with the eyes wide open, "Are you still on about that?" and the monkey closing its eye emoji.
In that instance, Chair, the raised eyebrows, the wide open eyes, and the slight straight lips is a representation of shock. Again, we see the complainant using emojis repetitively. So we see in that sequence she's used that same emoji 3 times over. In this instance, based on what she's saying, "Are you still on about that?" it's as a purpose of emphasis here. So reinforcement emphasis. The closed eyes emoji here, the monkey emoji, Chair, after the text and following the wide eyes open shock emojis would mean shock. Are you still on about that? So they correlate.
Then 2 pages further at 1, 2, 3, 6. At 1644, the complainant replied to a message from the respondent where he said, "I'm sweet and human at the social level, but very serious about work." She replied with a emoji with the lips zipped.
In that instance, Chair, it would mean no comment. I'd prefer not to say.
Then if we go to 1, 2, 3, 7, at 0804, there's a message from the complainant where she's looking up, she's using the emoji, 3 of them, with the eyes looking upwards with a straight line mouth, saying good morning. How do you interpret that?
In that instance, the complainant was showing irritation, hence the rolling of the eyes emoji, Chair. That emoji is the rolling eyes.
And the text, the translation that we got was, subconsciously it does cause stress with the 3 rolling eyes emojis.
That is correct.
So the function of the emoji here would be?
The function of the emoji there would be emphasis.
Emphasis. And then just a little bit later on, there's an emoji that was used by the respondent at 5 minutes past 8. And I don't know how to describe that emoji.
That emoji, Chair, with the eyes wide open the mouth open, the hands sort of on the face, and half of the head of the yellow icon blue, that emoji is fearful shock.
Fearful.
Fearful shock, Chair.
Just to put you in a better picture, the complainant testified that this conversation was about that looting taking place in KZN when former President Zuma was arrested. Does that correlate with the conversation?
That is correct, Chair.
Then if we can turn to page 1243, that is the page where the red hearts are depicted. At 1851, there's a hug emoji again from the respondent. If we read the message just below that, the translation that we got was, "You referred to me nicely." How do you interpret that hug emoji?
As a pure hug, Chair. Warmness.
And the complainant replied again with a laughing face emoji and the hug emoji.
As warmness.
As warmness. And then there's a...
Reciprocating the hug.
Sorry, guys.
Reciprocating the hug.
Then at 1852, there is this heart with a dot below the heart. At 1852, how do you describe that emoji?
Firstly, Chair, the heart is red. On some devices, it appears as pink. But given that they had the same devices, on the Samsung devices, it would have appeared on the respondent's phone as the red heart with the exclamation as we see it on the text before us. It would have appeared exactly the same on the complainant's phone as well. The red heart with the little dot at the bottom, which looks like an exclamation mark, just merely means emphasis, so emphasis of love. And because it's red, in this context and this text chain that's been unfolding, Chair, it conveys romantic feelings. The red heart, Chair, can also be differentiated from your automatic response on WhatsApp. WhatsApp now has automatic responses where you can change the color of the heart or which emojis you choose. But the standard one that they've opted to go for is the red heart. So in that instance, the red heart is being used very loosely. But how WhatsApp has done that, it's informed by Facebook and it's informed also by Instagram, where when you like stuff on social media, for instance, the like comment might appear as the red heart. So in this instance and this text communication, the function is different, Chair.
So it doesn't mean my heart is bleeding like I thought it meant.
No, Chair.
And then we see there's a little bit of time lapse. And the respondent replied at 1900 hours with "reciprocate please," and then at 1900 hours, he said "reciprocate please," and then at 1901, the respondent replied again with a heart, and this heart is bigger than the other one.
That is correct. So, Chair, if you just send a text message like the emoji with a red heart with no text, it will appear big, like it does now on the text that we're seeing. And again, the red heart is a sign of warmth, it's a sign of love, and in this context, it's a sign of romantic feelings.
Then the complainant replied, and the translations we have of that is, you are like this, and the next one, the reason why we don't get along is because of this. And then the respondent replied again with a heart, and then we have that, I don't know what how to explain or a pumping heart.
In this instance, Chair, the heart with the lines around it is beating heart. My heart is beating. On some devices, this will appear as a pink heart and not a red heart. On the Samsung devices, it appears as a red heart. Previously, Chair, before this emoji was updated, it didn't have the lines around it. So what it had is it had the little stars. So some people on various platforms, you'll still see that heart with the little stars. And it will be represented as pink, perhaps. On Facebook, it's like that. It's pink with the little stars on it. And then they upgraded it and changed it, and now it has these lines appearing around it, so to emphasize the beating heart.
Then if we go a few pages on at 1246, at 1955, there's an emoji used by the complainant. It looks like a sad face with one teardrop. That is in reply to the response from the respondent saying, I'm totally opposed to GBV. She replied with that emoji.
That is a standard emoji, Chair, which represents somebody who's upset or to convey sadness. You'll see the tear dropping from the eye, the eyebrows going down, and the smile in the opposite direction to show sadness. And that would correlate with the discussion of GBV.
And if I can take you a few pages further again to 1255. That is the messages from the complainant, the lady running at 1925.
Sorry, Advocate Skeppers, I'm not there yet.
Okay.
Okay.
There's 7 ladies running away, and the monkey closing its eyes. That was from the the complainant at 1925. We don't know what that message was that was deleted. But what would that mean if you read that message?
If I was just to interpret it, which I did, Chair, just as based on that sequence, taking into account the context of what was unfolding in the previous messages, the standard interpretation of the running girl emoji is obviously running. So if you were a runner, you would use that emoji. You would also use a chair in the context of running away. So it has various interpretations and meanings. It's a true reflection of the complainant in that you can again see skin tone. You can see again, Chair, that the complainant has reinforced it several times because it's 2, 4, 6. It's used 7 times in that instance. But if you were to look at it then within the sequence, and then followed by the closed eyes monkey emoji, it would mean I'm running away from embarrassment.
Then we can turn to page 1258.
One, two.
1258. Here again, there was a conversation from the respondent that was deleted, but the complainant managed to reply to that at 1933. The message was, "And long Tom is okay for you?" And she replied with, "Of course." And the respondent followed that up with the 3 emojis licking the lips.
In that instance, Chair, the 3 emojis licking the lips is emphasis, and it would mean in this context desire, attractiveness.
And then on the next page, 1259, at 1940, there's a message from the respondent. Here the complainant was booked off sick. So they were talking about how she needs to heal. And the respondent said here at 1940, "I must come and give you a boost." And then there's a syringe with a drop. It looks like blood because it's red in the syringe. How do you interpret that message?
Chair, the syringe can appear differently. On Apple devices, it appears empty with no liquid. On Samsung devices, it appears with a liquid in it. Sometimes the liquid is blue, sometimes it is red. In this instance, taking into account the conversation and the context specifically, it doesn't represent the standard function of the syringe which we use within the medical context. It means here it has sexual connotations, and it means penis within this context. This, Chair, correlates with "I must come and give you a boost," taking into account the context.
Advocate Skeppers, I'm not sure. Where are we now?
1259,
1259
the 3rd message from the bottom.
from the bottom.
At 1940?
1940.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I see that. Yes.
Should I repeat it, Chair?
Please, if you don't mind.
Okay, so taking into account the context, I first said, Chair, that the syringe is depicted differently on the Apple device. There's no liquid in it. On the Samsung devices, it has liquid as we see it now in front of us on the text chain. The second thing is that in this context, taking into account the conversation and the text that says there, "I must come and give you a boost," it wasn't purely as we would see the standard function of it as an injection, perhaps, in the medical context. Here, it's taken as having sexual connotations and referring specifically to mean the penis.
Just a minute. Would it be convenient to stop at this time for lunch?
We can?
Yes. Yes. Let us come back. So we'll come back at 1:45. Thank you. Anyway, I see it now after much search. Here we go. All right, thanks.
Then the complainant replied to that with a hug emoji.
In that instance, Chair, it's a standard hug emoji. It shows warmness through a hug. In response to the respondent's emoji previously showing that the food would be delicious.
And if we have the translation of the next message from the respondent, it was translated to us to say, "How I wish I can eat that plate, ma'am." Does that correlate with the interpretation of that licking emoji?
That would correlate to show it would be delicious.
Then we can move to page 1273. That is on 23 December 2021.
One, two, seven,
73. Here, there's a reply to the complainant's status on 23 December 2021 at 16:56. There's an emoji wearing sunglasses by the respondent.
In that instance, Chair, this emoji has different interpretations. We know one just to depict and represent that you might be wearing sunglasses, that the sun might be in your eyes, but within the context of this text chain and the conversation between the respondent and the complainant, it means a cool, carefree attitude.
Then on the next page, 1274, the respondent replied to a conversation at 2027 with pervy eyes again. How do you interpret that?
Based on the text chain, it's a standard thing, understanding and meaning, Chair, of pervy eyes in response to a status.
Just to give you context, the complainant testified, if you go to the previous page, on 1273, the respondent replied to a status of the complainant at 1905 to ask, "Who is this?" And the complainant testified that that was a picture that she uploaded of herself, depicting a new tattoo that she got on her back. So the conversation was with regards to that, and then it ended with the pervy eyes from the respondent. How do you interpret that?
That would correlate then, Chair, based on the context of the text chain as well, to say that the response using the pervy eyes was to depict the actual pervy eyes, which is a standard use, desire.
And then the last emoji that I want you to comment on is on the next page, on 1275. There's a response from the complainant at 2008. It looks like a confused face emoji. I don't know how you describe that.
That is exactly it, Chair. It's a confused emoji. It's also used to express tiredness, confusion.
Now, if we look at the conversations that you were privy of seeing, we don't have all the conversation because we know that a number of conversations was deleted. Previously, if you look at the screenshots you have here, you can see that there's a number of messages that was deleted. The automatic response that the complainant used, that laughing face emoji, the hysterical laughter, what would you comment on that, and maybe in the international context, how the use of that emoji is done?
When you look at the laughing face emoji, Chair, with the tears of joy, as we've discussed throughout the text chain, as I indicated based on my analysis, it became an automated response from the complainant. She used it either as an automatic response or to laugh off or to make the conversation lighter based on what the respondent was sending her. In 2015, Chair, globally, the crying face emoji, that hysterical laughing emoji with the tears of joy, was the most used emoji globally. Since then, that trend has continued, and that's also based on the international literature. When we look at senior scholars within the field of interpreting emojis from an international perspective, such as Jonathan Abel as well, he also talks to this point, as well as Nick Kendall, a creator of an emoji app, who said that the laughing face emoji is now just used as an automatic response by many people and might have different meanings and understandings.
Then I want to refer you.
What do you mean by saying they may have different meanings?
It might be used in a joking manner, as we see, so there's standard joking, I'm just laughing hysterically, rolling on the floor, or it might be used, as we saw in the context, where you're trying to change the nature of the conversation or the direction of the conversation and laugh things off. So there is overlap in that sense, Chair, but used in slightly different way, as we saw with the complainant.
So we can't make a global statement to categorize a series of laughing emojis. You can't say because there's 20, there's a series of 6, 8 laughing emojis, the meaning thereof is therefore this.
Yes, so as I said, Chair, it would be context specific. So this is why context is so important when we interpret the use of the emojis. We need to look specifically at what was happening within the specific text chain to understand the response, or attempt to understand the response with that laughing face, tears of joy emoji.
But you can also just tell by reading one message and one laughing emoji in response to one message.
That is correct as well, Chair.
So one can't globalize, make a global statement and say, if you see a series of 20 laughing emojis, therefore they tend to mean this, because it's a series of them.
Yes, of course, Chair, that is correct. That's why you need to look at it and assess the emojis within the specific context of the analysis.
Yes, thank
you. Excuse me. Then you testified about this eggplant emoji that was used, and that the direct meaning is vegetable, but it is often used in another, with another meaning. For instance, and you testified in this instance, it was used in a sexual nature. What does the international scholar say about that?
That is correct, Chair. As I explained, that within this specific context, the eggplant emoji was used to depict the penis, and the peach emoji was used to depict the vagina. When we look at scholars such as Lucas Wilde, Christina Siver, and Jonathan Abel, again, all international scholars, the term that they use and the phrase is that the peach emoji and the eggplant emoji are now being used for sexual purposes.
Was there at a stage that because of the misuse, if I can quote it like that, of the for instance, the eggplant emoji, that on some of the social platforms, that something happened to that?
Yes, on Facebook at one stage, the eggplant emoji was banned, so it was unavailable for use because of the sexual connotations that was associated with the eggplant emoji, Chair, and how it was being used. Facebook didn't want anybody to feel uncomfortable, so they removed the use of the actual eggplant emoji.
Do you know of any case law where emojis have been interpreted before?
There are a number of cases, Chair, within the international context specifically. If we look at the American context and if we look at the New Zealand context, there are instances where the tongue-out emoji, which we saw from the text chain, was used, specifically the tongue-out emoji with the one closed eye and the one open eye. In those cases, however, different to our context, Chair, the courts in those instances interpreted it to mean an insult, and there was an insult that was made, and then it was followed by that specific tongue-out emoji. And the court said, because you're using that emoji and it looks playful because the one eye is closed, doesn't mean that it detracts from the insult. But in this instance, we can clearly establish that the tongue-out emoji was not used to insult either party, and that it was purely used as playful.
And the reason why you say that, can you explain to us? Can you see that in just looking at that emoji by itself, or how must you look at it?
No, you have to look, Chair, within the specific context. And that is what the court in those instances reaffirmed, that context was key when interpreting the emojis.
In the messages that you were privy of seeing, did the complainant at any stage use the pervy eyes emoji?
No, she did not.
Did she at any stage use the red heart emoji?
No, she did not, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think that concludes my questioning of this witness.
Advocate Bartlander.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions, Dr. Dockwright. Just to begin with, Doctor, you were questioned initially this morning very extensively on your qualifications, and your qualifications are certainly impressive.
Thank you.
One of the questions that you were asked by the chairperson was whether you had a degree in IT, information technology. I suspect that may be because there's another expert that I think is coming to give evidence who does have qualifications in IT and not in linguistics. Can you just tell us, do you need a degree in IT in order to interpret emojis?
No, you do not, Chair.
And what makes you particularly qualified to interpret emojis for this tribunal as opposed to someone who has an IT background?
As I established earlier and answered the questions, Chair, it falls directly within my research expertise, based on my qualifications within forensic and legal linguistics, semiotics of law, jury linguistics, and a firm understanding of sociolinguistics.
Okay. But you're not an expert in the area of gender, issues around gender, am I correct?
No, I'm not.
So your interpretation that you provided today, your opinion that you provided for this panel, is really to be understood solely through the lens of forensic linguistics, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I just want to then look at a few of the instances of emojis and the use of emojis that we've heard about today and just clarify a couple of things. So we've talked extensively about the use of laughing emojis, or what you call hysterically laughing, rolling on the floor laughing emojis. I think we all understand which one that means. And you have often described the use of emojis by both parties here, but particularly by the complainant, as being playful. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to just think, in the context of a series of, in fact, let me start with the last, I just want to clarify that just before you finished your evidence for Advocate Skeepers, you talked about an emoji with a tongue sticking out as being playful. But just to clarify, that is still context dependent. You're not suggesting that it's always playful.
No, that is context specific.
Okay, that's fine. If we then turn to the sequence of laughing emojis, so a sequence of the hysterical laughing emojis that you described as part of the complainant's linguistic footprint, I think.
Fingerprint.
Fingerprint, sorry. And you said that this was something that she used repetitively, she used often. Would I be correct to understand your evidence that sometimes seemingly harmless emojis can be used to try and underplay the seriousness of what a person is actually saying in a message, and that nonetheless the message remains serious? Would that be a fair summary?
In certain instances, yes, where I testified that, and I explained that she was laughing it off.
And what do you mean by laughing it off?
She was trying to change the tone of the conversation, change it into another direction.
So it wasn't that she was agreeing, it was that she... Would it be fair to say that sometimes that sequence of emojis could denote discomfort on the part of the complainant from your reading of the WhatsApp?
There was no thumbs up. Thumbs up, and where she used the winking face emoji, that's where you would see agreement.
Okay. So there was an article that you mentioned that you co-published with another professor that was made available to us by the evidence leader. And in that article, you refer to a series of cases. You were asked just now about some of them. One of them that was interesting to me was involved the use of an aeroplane emoji. And I think that was a New Zealand case.
That is correct.
Can you tell the panel about how the use of the aeroplane was relevant in that case?
In that context, Chair, in that specific case, there was an abusive relationship between the sender of the aeroplane and the recipient. The recipient, who was the complainant in that case, she had a protection order in place against the sender. She had to flee to another country, Chair, and he found out about it, and he sent a couple of text messages, one which had a vulgar language, which I'm not going to repeat, that said, "You are going to effing get it," and that was followed by the aeroplane emoji. And in that instance, the court interpreted to say that it was a threat against her, because he threatened to say, within the context of the nature of their relationship, that he was going to fly to her and attack her. That's how the aeroplane emoji was understood in that context. So, Chair, in that instance, the aeroplane emoji was used for non-standard use and understood.
Yes, and so the aeroplane emoji on its own may not have appeared immediately threatening, but used in context, the court found that it was threatening.
Definitely, because the context was specific, and also the intention of the sender.
Now, you talk about standardization and standardized use of emojis. Your article, if I'm reading it correctly, suggests that there's no standardization, that one must really be looking at context and the relationship between the sender and the recipient. Now, Dr. Mello, who's an expert that is coming to give evidence for the respondent, in his summary of his evidence, he says there is standardization in emojis, that Unicode, of which he's a member, sets out what each emoji means, and that these WhatsApps in question here show standardization. And so the suggestion would be that one doesn't need to look further than what the standardized emoji means. Do you have a response to that?
Yes, Chair. In the context of Unicode, as I explained earlier when I was giving evidence, Unicode creates a code that is written for each emoji. So each emoji has a specific code, and that is then released across platforms, and that's why we see it represented slightly differently across devices and platforms. That's what I explained. The second thing is that there is no standard understanding of emojis. And we see this here specifically today within the context of what I've explained, Chair, where sometimes, for instance, when we look at the banana, we know that we understand it within the context, if we have a shopping list that we're sending, that it's a fruit. The same would apply to the eggplant as a vegetable. The same would apply to the peach. It has a use in terms of that instance. Now, within this specific context, it's not being used for the purposes of going into the supermarket and purchasing fruit and vegetables. So immediately, this is why I've emphasized that context is key. You have to be able to interpret and understand the meaning of the emojis with applying the various functions and the analytical tools from a point of expertise to say, this is the context, this is how the emoji is interpreted within this specific context.
And can emojis used repetitively in the absence of a response? So assume the sender asks a question of the recipient, doesn't get a response, as we've seen in the WhatsApps, and then sends repeated emojis like the hearing aid emoji. Is it possible that the use of repeated emojis where there's no response can be seen as, if we were using language or if we're in person, as badgering for an answer?
Well, you're persistently asking, Chair. You're asking that question with the use of the emoji, specifically the hearing aid emoji, because that depicts like, I'm waiting for an answer, I'm all ears. So there is a persistence in certain instances, but again, it's context specific, as I explained.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, if I may just ask this. You are not saying there's a total absence of standardization. You are not saying that.
No, not with every emoji.
Because if there was total absence of standardization, we will never be able to communicate.
Definitely,
We'll
Chair.
go different directions.
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you.
So to understand it correctly, you have standard meanings, as you've explained today, for each emoji, but then you apply a contextual
With certain
interpretation.
emojis. That's what
With
we've gone
certain-
through today, yes.
Well, maybe just explain that to us again. So you have standard understandings for certain emojis, not all emojis. Is that correct?
So that's why I said the specific one and the easiest one would be the banana,
Okay.
would be the eggplant. Because our specific standard understanding is that it's a fruit, it's a vegetable, but not within this context. So that is your standard function and understanding of that emoji. But then when used within this specific context, the meaning and the interpretation changes, Chair.
And is that where your training in linguistics comes in being relevant to interpreting emojis, rather than simply looking at a Unicode definition of what emojis mean?
From a point of forensic and legal linguistics, yes. But you have to understand the semiotics of law, because the semiotics, Chair, deals with the understanding of the symbols.
Can you tell, what does that mean? What is
So your
semiotics mean?
emojis, for instance, that's
Okay.
a clear, easy example to say that the semiotics of law is directly relevant to understanding the emojis.
And you've studied that.
I have.
Now, this is a very new field in South Africa. It sounds like it's a new field around the world.
It is. Not around the world, but within the South African context. If you trace the history of forensic linguistics and legal linguistics in particular, you'll look back to about 2015, 2017. So before this, Chair, most of the literature on language and legal processes and analyzing language within text and so forth happened sort of from a language and law perspective. That's what under the banner that was being used. And a lot of the focus was just on legal interpretation within courtrooms and our standard translation issues within courtroom discourse. So then from 2017 onwards, there was a major shift where myself and two other colleagues immersed ourselves as part of this international association, of which I'm a member, and I'm currently hosting that conference now based on expertise. And as the time progressed, and with my research and my thesis, my MA, I explained earlier, my PhD, everything was located within the discipline of forensic linguistics. So this is why, if you look at the literature within the South African perspective, you'll see a major push from us from 2017 onwards, where I've been driving the discipline and growing it within South Africa and the African continent more broadly. The semiotics of law is very new as well in South Africa. That only happened a little bit later. So from 2020, you'll see me writing about semiotics of law, because it takes quite a while to familiarize yourself with the international literature, to immerse yourself within the field, publish, and so forth. So that would only happen from 2020 onwards, as with the jury linguistics discipline as well.
So how big is the community of people in South Africa that would call themselves, would rightly call themselves, in your view, experts in forensic linguistics?
There are 10 colleagues, including myself, working in the discipline of forensic linguistics. There are 2 colleagues working in the discipline of forensic and legal linguistics. That would be my co-author on that article, Professor Russell Kishila. And then there is only 1 person, and that's me, working within all 4 disciplines within South Africa.
And are you aware of Dr. Mello as one of the experts
No.
in this field?
No, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much for your assistance,
Thank you.
Dr. Duprat. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Madonsela.
Thank you, Chair. Just excuse me, I'm taking instructions. Thank you, Chair. Dr. Doctorate, please assist me. If I want to be trained to use emojis accurately in the way that conveys a correct meaning that an emoji bears, where do I go to attain that qualification?
You would need to have a master's and a PhD with a focus in forensic and legal linguistics. You would need to register, obviously, to do that. From a point of semiotics of law and jury linguistics, you would need to be part of the international associations, which are fully immersed overseas. We don't have an association within the South African context. And you would need to work under those specific colleagues and researchers in understanding and learning how semiotics of law works and how jury linguistics works, conducting an endless amount of research, specifically within those 2 disciplines, in order, and to publish extensively in order to say that you have the requisite qualifications. But from a point of the basis is to be a forensic and legal linguist. And in order to do that, as I explained earlier, Chair, you would need to come through the stream of either the applied languages or through pure linguistics, and from a legal linguistics perspective, you would also need the LLB qualification.
So what is the plight of us and the rest of the people I know in South Africa who are using emojis every day without having obtained a master's in forensic linguistics and semiotics? Are they getting it all wrong?
It depends on the context, Chair, of how you're using the emojis and what you're sending.
So in light of that answer, it's possible that people who are using emojis day in, day out in our country can send emojis with 1 meaning, whereas that emoji in fact means another meaning.
Not when you're looking at specific emojis like we established with the banana or with the peach. The standard, or with the eggplant, the standard interpretation, Chair, would be your fruit, your vegetables, as I said. But you wouldn't be sending fruit and vegetables in this text chain, because the conversation is not around fruit and vegetables at that time.
No, in other words, you're saying that with standardized interpretation or meaning, it's not possible.
No, because only some of them are standardized, and in this instance, the standard interpretation of the eggplant, of the peach, and of the banana does not apply within this context and this specific texture.
For me to draw the distinction, I must know which ones are standardized and which ones are not standardized. Now, where do I get that from?
You can Google the emojis and you would immediately see that when you Google the eggplant emoji, the literature will come up, the international literature, to say that the eggplant has sexual connotations used. As I quoted the international literature, Chair, it shows that it's being used in a sexualized way.
The problem is that when we are conversing with a person on WhatsApp, we probably have no time to Google each time that the sun rises from the east. I'm saying to you, if one is conversing with another person on WhatsApp, how does he know that I'm now crossing the line from the standardized meaning to the murky waters of unstandardized, non-standardized meaning?
In the instance when the eggplant and the peach emoji were used, Chair, there was a line by the respondent to talk and to specifically use the word intimate. And that was followed by the eggplant emoji and the peach emoji. So that was reinforcement, as we established, of that word intimate within that specific context. You would not use the word intimate within that conversation and then talk merely about a fruit and a vegetable that you would consume.
If you take the discussion outside of the eggplant, how do I draw the distinction between non-standardized meaning of emoji and the standardized meaning?
You'd have to give me an example of which specific emoji you're referring to, Chair.
The laughing, rolling on the floor with laughter.
We established, Chair, that the rolling on the floor laughing emoji was just that. It was laughing it off. And again, it was context specific, because in some instances, the complainant used the laughing face emoji just continuously as an automated response.
In other words, now in the context of the rolling on the floor with laughter, do we have a distinction between one that can be used in a standardized fashion and one that cannot, that is across the line in the world of non-standardized use?
It would be context specific, Chair.
In other words, there is no discernible line that draws the distinction.
Not with the laughing face emoji, no, because you'd have to look at the specific context.
And in relation to a monkey closing its face, do we have the line?
We established that within the Japanese context, it's see no evil, to close the eyes. Within other contexts, we've established that it can show shyness, it can show embarrassment, it can show I don't want to look, Chair.
But is the message not consistent throughout?
No, not if you're using it for the purposes of see no evil.
If it's a see no evil, is it not consistent with the message conveyed by being shy?
No, I would disagree with that, Chair.
Now, in the interpretation that you delve into, with all the emojis that I'll take you through, and given the context in which they were sent and received, is it possible that we can send each other an emoji, A and B, send each other an emoji with a common understanding, and then it turns out that the common understanding that we are using is not in accordance with the standardized fashion?
It would depend on the emoji, yes. So you could have a different understanding, but it goes down to context. The context must be taken into account.
Yes, okay. Let me put it this way. If I have a common understanding with my friend on how we use emoji X, you are not suggesting that your interpretation of that emoji, as Dr. Doctored, can ever trump our understanding, my understanding of the emoji between my friend and I.
Not if there's a common understanding and there's no dispute between the two of you what the emojis mean. If you both understand it to mean the same thing. No. Because again, I would be looking at the context of you both saying that you understand the emojis that are being sent between the two of you.
So, in other words,
Sorry to interpret. I think to get clarity on that, what Madam Sela says is this, when he talks about your understanding trumping the one that the parties commonly entertain. Can you look at an exchange of emojis between two people? And then they say to you, Dr. Docret, we use these emojis between ourselves to mean this between ourselves. Can you then say, no, you're talking nonsense. The standard is this, the meaning is this one, because the way you understand it is not standard. You're talking nonsense. That can't be the conversation. Can you trump their common understanding of that emoji?
No, Chair, not where there's a common understanding.
thank you, Chair. So it seems to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it seems to me that it is important as a starting point to ascribe meaning to an emoji, to understand what the person who used it thought he was using it for. In other words, what he thought it meant. Is it not?
Yes, that's why the context of the text chain is so important.
And similarly, it is important to ascribe meaning to an emoji, to know what the receiver thought it meant. Not so?
The same thing applies, that is correct. That's why you need to look at the specific context and the nature of the conversation.
Then it seems to me then, from that understanding, from what you're saying, throughout the answers that I've to the questions I've asked so far, that context is basically everything.
I agree with that, Chair.
Now, as a starting point of your attempt to interpret emojis here, in this case, did you familiarize yourself with the understanding which Ms. Mengo ascribed to every emoji that you have traversed?
That was based on the text messages, yes. Interpreting the text messages and the emojis within that text messages and the conversation.
You mean, what do you mean the text messages? You mean those that are found in volume
The ones
3,
that, yes,
pages
Advocate
1156?
The ones that we went through, that were provided to me.
And any other document?
No.
You did not have sight of what Ms. Mengo's understanding of emojis were as she explained them in evidence before this tribunal?
No.
And if I take you through them, as I shall do, and it turns out that the meaning that you ascribed to the emojis, the various emojis that you dealt with, is different from that ascribed to the emojis by Ms. Mengo, which one will trump?
My understanding of the interpretation of the emojis based on what I've read within the specific context of what has been sent.
I don't know. I don't know how to understand my question. Let me repeat it. If the emojis that you have interpreted here and gave them a particular meaning are different from the meaning ascribed to them by Ms. Mengo, surely I suggest to you, Mengo's interpretation or meaning attached to the emoji should prevail. Not so?
above mine as an expert witness?
Surely, yes.
I would disagree with that.
Oh. Am I to understand you then to be suggesting that if Mengo believed that she was sending an emoji X to mean Y, and you come to the conclusion that it meant Z, you should be taken as speaking to the meaning of what Mengo meant to convey?
Chair, I would need to be referred to the specific emojis
I will.
because
I
I
will.
can't give a blanket answer in response.
Why not? Why not? He says, actually, is the question that I asked you. I asked you earlier on about who is trumping who. What Advocate Madonsela is asking is this. He's saying, according to him, Ms. Mengo ascribed certain meaning to some of the emojis that you dealt with. She ascribed to them a different meaning that you are giving them. And then he's saying, in that event, where Ms. Mengo ascribes a different meaning to yours, which one must override the other? You almost said, and I'm not sure whether that's exactly what you said, you almost said, as an expert, yours must trump Mr. Mengo's.
It would be
Because you are an expert. You almost said that, but I'm not sure whether you completed that sentence. So you may have to clarify that. I'll give you that chance.
It would be dependent, Chair, on which specific emojis. So where the emojis were up for interpretation, specifically where it had more than one meaning, then we would need to look at what Ms. Mengo said and what I've said. And then I need to explain the difference of why I think Ms. Mengo would have said that. That would be Ms. Mengo's take, and then it would be my take, which might differ then, my interpretation. But my interpretation is my opinion. It's a subjective opinion, but it's informed by the literature, it's informed by my research expertise, and my understanding of the text messages and the emojis. So Ms. Mengo could have had a different understanding, Chair, of what she sent. And this is why, Chair, I've explained that context is specific, and the intention of the sender and the understanding of the recipient.
Now, if Mrs. Mengo's understanding of emoji is the same as that of the respondent, which is what I asked earlier on. They have a common understanding. Is it competent of you as an expert to say, I override your understanding of this emoji?
No, Chair, because if there's a common understanding between them and they understood what the two of them were sending to each other and the intention behind that, then there's no dispute.
All right. If Ms. Mengo, according to a particular emoji, conveys a particular meaning to it, and you attach a different meaning to it, can you override her? If you override her because you're an expert, are you then not creating a conversation which is not hers?
If, for example, I hope I'm understanding your question correctly. Please correct me if I'm wrong and I'm misunderstanding it. If Ms. Mengo sends the respondent a specific emoji with a specific understanding from her perspective, and the respondent shares that understanding with Ms. Mengo, then there's a common understanding and there's no need for me as an expert to come and give evidence or interpret that emoji specifically. Where the respondent sends a message to Ms. Mengo, an emoji, or Ms. Mengo sends one to the respondent, and one of them are in disagreement with as to the understanding and the meaning of the interpretation of that emoji, then that's where I would have a role to play to say, this is the specific meaning and understanding from my perspective based on the context, Chair. I hope that I'm understanding the question correctly.
Yes, except that Mr. Madonsela was not yet at the point where he involved the respondent. he's at a stage where he's saying to you, we went through emojis with the complainant in her evidence, and then she attached certain meanings to those emojis. What is your response if her understanding of those emojis is different to yours?
I would say to you, Chair, then I'd need to know the respondent's response. Because if they shared that understanding, then there's no need for me to interpret it. And their understanding of that specific emoji would trump mine, because they had a common understanding between the two of them.
Mr. Madonsela, I think you can take it further if you want.
Thank you, Chair. So, if I may just hark back to where I was, the subjective understanding of the sender of the message or the creator of the message is important to ascribing a meaning to that emoji, not so?
It is, because it speaks to context.
Yes, and then you say you have not had regard to the evidence that was given by Ms. Mengo in this tribunal pertaining to the emojis that she said.
No, I have not.
To the extent that you have not, are you prepared to accept that where Ms. Mengo has expressed her understanding of what the emoji means, your opinion should not prevail about the meaning of that particular emoji?
I haven't heard either, Chair, what the respondent has to say about the emojis. So that goes back to my point of saying that if there's a dispute because of how the respondent understands that emoji and Ms. Mengo has a different understanding, then obviously my interpretation is relevant. If they have the common understanding, then my interpretation doesn't apply because they've already understood it.
As the Chair has said, I've not reached the respondent's part. I'm just still talking about your understanding of Ms. Mengo's only version. So don't go ahead of me, please. I'm trying to be polite. Don't talk about the respondent yet. I'll come there. I'm just talking about confining it for now to Ms. Mengo.
Chair, I understand what Advocate Madonsela is saying, and he doesn't want me to mention the respondent because he hasn't got there. But I'm sticking to what my version is, to say that I have to take into account how the respondent viewed that emoji. So I apologize if I am referring to the respondent and jumping the gun in a sense.
No, thanks.
But, Doctor, do you have to know and understand the respondent's understanding of what the emoji meant before you can understand what Mr. Mengo meant by that emoji?
No, Chair, because Mr. Advocate Madonsela asked me, and maybe I'm misunderstanding it, he asked me that if Ms. Mengo understood an emoji to mean one thing, and I understood the same emoji to mean another thing, whose understanding would trump?
Yes.
That is why I said, Chair, that I would need to know in a specific context from a point of expertise and an outsider looking in, independent of both parties, what the understanding was. If there's a common understanding between two parties, Chair, about what a specific red heart means, then it's absolutely fine. Then that understanding is there. But if there's a dispute and there's two different meanings ascribed, or one different meaning ascribed from one party to the next, then I would need to interpret that emoji as I have done within the specific context. Then my interpretation would apply.
I'm not talking about the common understanding. I'm talking about the unilateral understanding by Ms. Mengo. I'm saying to you, if you were to be given a chance to look at, as I'll do that with you, go through that exercise with you sometime during this interaction, where I take you through each and every emoji that Ms. Mengo wrote in the WhatsApp, and the unilateral message that she ascribed to that emoji. The question I was asking, are you prepared, for purposes of these proceedings, to say Ms. Mengo's unilateral ascribing of the meaning to a particular emoji should prevail over your one?
I sound like a stuck record in response to you.
No, you haven't answered the question. You haven't.
You want to know from me if Ms. Mengo's understanding would apply over mine of a specific emoji.
Oh, yes.
For all the emojis.
For any emoji that Ms. Mengo ascribed a meaning to, are you prepared, as you sit there, to say Ms. Mengo's meaning, or the meaning that she ascribed to that particular emoji, should prevail over the one that I have proffered in these proceedings?
Well, I just ask, is Mr. Madonsela, I'm not quite sure, is that relates only to the emojis Ms. Mengo sent? Or does it,
Yes.
It does not relate to the emojis sent by the respondent?
Yes, I'm still coming to the response.
Yes, that's why I'm saying it's only in reference to the ones that Ms. Mengo says.
Yes,
That's your question.
that's my question.
I cannot argue, Chair, if Ms. Mengo has her own opinion about the understanding of the emoji. As I said, it's subjective. So Ms. Mengo's opinion of how she used the emoji would be her opinion. And my interpretation of the emoji from the process I walked the panel through, Chair, would be my subjective opinion. Is that answering the question?
No, not quite. Let me just, you see, you have testified.
Sorry, Mr. Madonsela, I'm going to try for the last time. If Mr. Mengo says to me, by this emoji I conveyed...
It's Miss Mengo. You said Mr. Mengo like me.
Sorry.
And I don't think she's quite impressed.
All right. It's an understandable mistake. If Ms. Mengo says to me, I used this emoji, and to me, this emoji means this. It conveys this. And then you look at the same emoji and you say, Bernard, according to me, my name is Bernard. Bernard, according to me, this emoji means this. In relation to that particular emoji, whose interpretation must I take? Mrs. Mengo as the author of that emoji, or you as an expert? You ascribe two different interpretations to the same emoji. She says, to me, this emoji, when I used it, I wanted to convey this, and to me it means this. And then you look at the same emoji and you say, no, I don't agree with that one. So whose meaning must I take?
Chair, you have to accept Ms. Mengo's version if that's what she intended to send.
Yes, that's what we've been wanting to know all along. Thank you, Mr. Madonsela.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Now, an emoji, it seems to me, as you have suggested, is a non-verbal communication of something. And in other situations, and in fact you have testified to this effect, and there's evidence to this effect in these proceedings, that it might express an emotion or a feeling. Not so?
That is correct. I would agree with that.
Now, in that situation, if it expresses a feeling, and Ms. Mengo tells us in these proceedings that by conveying, inscribing this emoji, I meant to convey this feeling, this expression. Surely that understanding or that expression by Ms. Mengo should similarly prevail, not so?
I would agree with that.
And in circumstances where the feeling that she ascribes to an emoji she used is different to yours, yours cannot prevail, can it?
No, because it's Ms. Mengo's intention and her understanding.
And you have not taken steps before testifying in this tribunal to ascertain what feelings or emotions did Ms. Mengo seek to convey by the emojis she used when she used the emojis referenced in volume 3, as she gave them in evidence during these proceedings. Have you?
No, not her verbal evidence, no. It's purely based on the text that I went through.
And text does not convey feelings, does it?
The emojis convey the feelings and the emotions as a form of non-verbal communication.
And the feelings that they convey are the feelings of the writer,
That is correct.
which you have not had regard to.
I haven't heard oral evidence.
Now, have you had regard, or maybe before I even move on to the respondent, have you had a moment to consult with Ms. Mengo on any of the WhatsApps that she inscribed in volume 3?
Chair, I've had no interaction with the complainant at all.
And do you know the complainant at all?
No, I don't know the complainant at all.
Do you know her cultural background?
I know that she's isiXhosa.
No, she's not isiXhosa.
She's from the
Xhosa.
AmaXhosa people.
She's Xhosa. Can you speak Xhosa
I can.
fluently?
Yes, I have competencies and
So what? Sorry,
reading, writing, speaking competencies.
speaking competence. And have you lived amongst the Xhosa people?
No, I have not.
So your understanding of the Xhosa people is through the language that you studied at varsity or wherever at school,
From school right through university, that is correct.
and you have not lived in the community of the Xhosa people.
No.
Now, when you prepared your opinion, did you have regard to any information which was at your disposal that gave you insight on what the respondent attached, to the meaning, what meaning the respondent attached to the emojis that were used in these proceedings in volume 3?
No, I only had sight of the text messages that you refer to. I'm not quite sure in what volume, but that's the only text messages that I was provided with. I had no sight of anything else other than those messages.
You have not had regard to the affidavit deposed to by the respondent? Sorry, Chair. Can I?
You mustn't feel intimidated by those big bundles of books he's producing now and putting on his desk in front of him.
No, they're not meant for intimidation at all. There is an affidavit that was deposed to by the respondent in these proceedings. You say you have not seen such an affidavit.
The only thing I got, Advocate Madonsela, Chair, is the text messages that we went through. I didn't get anything else.
Does it not matter to you as an expert? Sorry, Chair, I will refer to the respondent's affidavit in due course. And once I laid my hands on it now. Does it not matter to you by process of exclusion to, before you express an opinion, to understand what meaning did the respondent attach to the emojis that the complainant sent to her?
I'm uncomfortable about that question, the way you put it. When you say, does it not matter to you, etc., etc., reframe it and say, does it matter to you? Is it important to you to have regard to ABC?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Yes. What I meant, Dr. Doctorate, is that surely it is important for you, in order to formulate an opinion on the interpretation, to be attached to an image, an emoji, to understand what the recipient, in this case the respondent, understood the emoji to mean.
As an expert at analyzing the text messages, all I am required to look at and require is a firm data set, Chair. So I explained in the beginning when I was giving evidence that it's important to have a sufficient data set. So i.e. the number of text messages. I cannot just analyze or draw an opinion or interpretation of maybe 5 or 6 emojis as an example, or text messages. I've got to have a full data set.
In order to formulate, when you say data set, what is that?
Data set refers to the text messages. We call it, as part of the analysis, it's a data set. So for instance, if we were looking at the analysis of statements, then if there's 10 statements or 20 statements, that is the data set that I work with. So it's just a term ascribed from a forensic and legal linguistics perspective.
Just to mean a paper on which something is written on?
Yes, so the text messages, that's a data set.
Yes, but then if it means something written on the paper, an affidavit by the respondent is a data set. On my understanding of what you are saying, a data set is it not?
As I said, Chair, all I received was the text messages, and that is sufficient, the data set, in order for me to interpret the emojis within that context based on that set of text messages that was provided to me.
Well, let us take it slowly.
Mr. Madonsela, I'm not saying you are confusing the witness. I'm just saying it looks as if you are confusing the witness.
I'm so sorry.
Can you just formulate your questions in a manner that she will easily follow?
Let me take it slowly, Dr. Doctorate. Is it not correct to say that an affidavit deposed to by the respondent in response to Ms. Mengo's complaint constitute what we call data set?
That would be if I was analyzing affidavits. I was analyzing the text messages, Chair.
Yes. You were never given a copy of an affidavit.
No,
That's what
Chair.
you are saying.
I was never provided with any affidavits of any nature, Chair.
And therefore it can't form part of the database.
It didn't form part of my data set, no, Chair.
Yes.
If it had been given to you, it would have shaped the view that you ultimately took to the...
Oh, hang on. She does not know the contents. She can't say whether it would have shaped a view because she has not even seen the contents. So it's an unfair question.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now, I will probably try and deal with the matter differently. If you had been given, if, as you say, the understanding of the respondent on what the emojis mean is important, and you were given information regarding his understanding of the information, that would shape your ultimate view on the matter, one way or the other.
I would then require, Chair, then both sets. I would require the complainant's understanding of the emojis and that she ascribed, and I would then require the understanding of the sender or the recipient with the respondent. That would then all form part, Chair, of the data set and inform it. Then we have a completely different data set with two additional sets forming part of the larger text messages. If that makes sense, Chair.
Now, am I then correct if I summarize the exercise that you undertook in this case, that you were given the data set of chats in volume 3, and you looked at them and drew inferences from the chat as to the meaning of the emojis? That's what you effectively do.
I didn't draw inferences, Chair. It was an analysis that I conducted based on the emojis, applying the various functions, my research understandings and applications within the specific context, Chair, of what appeared in front of me with both the sender and the recipient, so both respondent and complainant, Chair.
So in other words, you drew conclusions from the chats that you were given as to the meaning of the emojis.
That is correct, Chair.
And we too, I've also looked at the chats here, and I've read what they mean. And I can come to my own conclusion about what they mean. What grants you epistemic competence to comment on their meaning, the meaning of the emojis inscribed within the context of the chats?
Chair, I think this witness has many times explained why she can make the expert opinion she did make. She said she makes this expert opinion because of her expertise, her research, her doctorate, her PhD, her master's, and all the research that she has done. She has done publications that was peer-reviewed. This question has been answered many times before.
I don't know many times more, but you agree that is the answer you give?
I agree with Advocate Skeppers, Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Now, let's move on to the context within which the emojis were sent. Now, maybe before we go to the context, Chair, may I please have a short stand down, because I need to circulate a document to all of us here, which we have printed for purposes of cross-examination of this witness. This document is alluded to in the respondent's expert opinion as a common code or unified code. And it was here. I just need a stand down for 5 minutes just to pick it up and distribute it to all the parties.
Chair, can I just clarify first what document we're talking about that's common cause, if I heard Mr. Madonsela correctly? I don't remember
didn't
something
use the word common cause.
I said if I heard you correctly.
No,
I clearly didn't.
It's not common cause.
Can you
It's
just
Unicode.
Unicode. So it's not a document that we have already somewhere in the papers?
No.
Okay. If that's okay with the Chair.
Yes, you'll call us once you're ready. It should be long. We want to go on a little bit.